the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Jordan. Here's your flash briefing for the week of March 9th. City Council will meet for a regular session Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers in City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watch live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. The community is invited to attend the Wellness Fun Fair on Sunday, March 15th from 2 to 5 p.m. at Green Street. This event is hosted by the Wellness Commission and promotes the 8 dimensions of wellness. Discover local wellness resources, attend free yoga and fitness classes, and play mini golf. And the Charter Review Commission will hold a listening session to discuss the city charter on March 16th from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Green Street Market. The listening session is an opportunity for residents to share their thoughts and feedback on specific areas of the charter. For information about these items and more, visit the city's website at cityofls.net. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
The City of Lee Summit has hundreds of traffic lights across its more than 1,000 lane miles, all managed by the city's Public Works traffic technicians. The work happens inside those metal boxes on the side of each intersection. Inside, technicians program a device called the controller. The controller communicates directly with each signal head via underground wires, telling each light when to turn on and off based on a programmed cycle. City traffic engineers designed this cycle to allow traffic to flow as efficiently as possible for that particular intersection. In order to best match current traffic patterns, they install something called a detection system. Detection systems have taken many forms over the years, from sensors in the pavement to radar boxes. But in Lee Summit, they primarily consist of cameras, which workers mount above the traffic signals. These cameras don't record video or your speed. Instead, they monitor the spaces at the front of the intersection and identify when a vehicle is present in a specific spot. Once a vehicle is identified, the detection system sends a message to the controller, which then adapts its standard cycle to best serve the cars that are present. The pedestrian button works in a similar way. When the button is pressed, the controller receives a signal, requesting that it allow that section of the pedestrian walkway to go, which it then inserts into the signal pattern. Technicians also install something called a conflict monitor. The conflict monitor is a device in which they program all the potential patterns of lights that would lead to a collision. If the other systems mistakenly trigger those patterns, the conflict monitor sends the intersection into flash, causing all lights to flash red and directing drivers to treat it like an all-way stop. City traffic technicians implement and maintain these systems so effectively, we rarely consider them. But every time we safely pass through a signal-controlled intersection, it's all thanks to their work. So the next time you're waiting at a red light, remember the delicate coordination of super smart systems that move you through that space safely and efficiently every day.
Welcome to the Lee Summit Sign Department. We are going to walk you through our process from start to finish. We make signs as needed here. It's not like we just go out into the field and place a speed limit sign here, no parking here. Our traffic engineers, they go through and they'll do field studies. They'll send us down an engineering work order for us to go out, place new signs or remove signs as needed. Coming from the material, our blanks come in and they're just aluminum blanks. We can put our white, our red, our fluorescent yellow, green, whatever. And basically what it looks like is just that there. Throw it up into the roller. And once we got it covered, take it to our work table here, and Tim will cut the corners, cut all the access off to where it's lined up right. As far as the plotter and the software that we use, there's a street name sign there, and he's gonna go ahead and print that out on the plotter so you can see the plotter and how it operates and runs. There's standards for the height, even just on letters on the sign blank. Basically what we have on the computer there is it's pretty much set up to those. And it goes through, it's got a very small but sharp needle that goes through and cuts everything out letter by letter. Once that's done cutting, our next stage would be bringing it over here. Currently picking out the sign letters right now. We call it weeding or picking or however you want to call it. Next, putting it on the transfer tape. Then after it's taped, we bring it over to the roller. That's where we apply it to the actual sign blank. And we'll roll it through one time just to get the air bubbles out. And the last stage is basically just taking the transfer tape off the front of it. And there's a finished product of the street name sign. We'll take you out to the field and show you our process that we go through. We're gonna go out and follow our sign guys and get something installed for you. This is where we check our underground utilities. Tim, you got AT&T?
AT&T's back here.
Evergy, Google, so we should be good to go. We normally put all of our stuff together out in the field. Then once the base is installed, we'll go ahead and put the post in there. We've come up to perfect. And that's how we do it. Simple. Quick.
I really love living in our historic downtown. I walk my dog around the shops, take her for, they do pub cups at Poppy's, so you can get ice cream with a little dog biscuit in it, which is her favorite thing in the world. My neighbors, we have block parties together. I really like how welcoming and how vibrant it is. It's an amazing place to live. Lee's Summit's a really great community. I love living here, and I just wanted to try to find a way to give back, look out for my neighbors, for the community. I've always tried to be involved. Before serving on City Council, I used to volunteer with AFS, which is an organization that host foreign exchange students. So my husband and I have hosted kids from around the world and then also volunteered with local families and schools. In my professional life, I'm a paralegal. And then in my personal life, I enjoy reading, sewing. I'm a quilter. So I just finished a log cabin quilt that I'm going to send to my aunt out in DC. I can't claim any of our council accomplishments for myself. This is always a team effort. But I am really excited about the farmers market and event space that we have coming in. It's still in the design phases, but I think it's going to be a really beautiful space, and it's going to really continue keeping our downtown thriving. It's been in progress for a long time, but I think that people are going to really love it when it's done. I think one of my top priorities is going to be attainable housing. That, for example, I've been trying to find a place for my mom in Lee Summit. And it's really challenging finding something that really works for a retiree who doesn't have a huge budget. Just trying to make it more attainable for people no matter where they're at in their lives to be a part of our community. Community is what we make it. Everybody should get involved in whatever way they can, whether that's just voting or whether it's joining a board or a commission or even running for office. What do they say? The world is run by those who show up. So get involved however you can and make a difference in the community.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, March 12th, 2026 meeting of the Lee Summit Planning Commission. Can we get a roll call attendance, please?
Ed Yarrington. Sherry Frazier.
Present.
Terry Trafton. Dana Arth.
Present.
Jessica Gurneau.
Present.
Tanya Janaford.
Present.
Chip Jazinski.
Present.
Randy Benbrook.
Present.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote on that, please?
Sherry Frazier.
Yes.
Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Gurneau.
Yes.
Tanya Janaford.
Yes.
Chip Jazinski.
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments in regard to the business of the Planning Commission in general tonight? I see none, so I will. Oh. Okay. Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Chair, I move to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, can we get a roll call vote on that, please?
Sherry Frazier.
Yes.
Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Gurneau.
Yes.
Tanya Janaford.
Yes.
Chip Jazinski.
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
All right. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing in the matter of public hearing application PL 2025-249, preliminary development plan, View High Sports Complex Inflatable Soccer Dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, Engineering Solutions, LLC, applicant. If I could have everyone who plans to give testimony on this application stand up and be sworn in at this time.
I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Schlicht.
All right, good evening. Matt Schlicht, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me tonight, I have the developer, the contractor, so hopefully we can answer some more questions. This is a project that we were in front of you a few months ago with an inflatable dome for an existing facility that we got approved almost a year ago now for a sports facility there at View High and Chipman. So just running back through April 15, 2025, we had a project that was View High Drive. Chipman is up on the north side. This is the Summit Church. The Dam Road, or 103rd, I always forget the number that goes to the west there across Longview Lake. The approval for 150,000 square foot indoor sports facility that is going to house basketball, volleyball, has a full-size indoor soccer field, a number of auxiliary type uses that are associated with it. So sports medicine, some training, and some pieces in there. Outdoor, we have an outdoor field that we brought forward this dome idea to you guys a few months back with 80-foot tall inflatable dome that would be open during the winter months. As we've worked through this process and trying to get this to something that makes sense for the neighbors, for the city, and for the project as well, we've continued to modify that plan. And so our original request was 80 feet in total height. Again, that height is based on the width of the field, and what the reasoning and how we had that originally was that field is sized as a FIFA regulated field. So it would house every able soccer game that we wanted to have out there or practice at every age level. That is what drove the width, which drove the height of that dome. We heard many times over that that was too tall, too much of a mass out there. So as we went to council, then we revised that back down to 64 feet. In doing so, we shrunk the sides of the fields. We added additional air handlers, added additional heaters. The purposes of doing that is by creating a more rigid structure, we could bring down some of that calculated mass that was needed for the dome side of it. After hearing council input and hearing neighbors' input and staff's input, we went back again. We've shrunk down the dome or the field, so the width again, to where now we're no longer able to house the entire 11v11 full-size field in there. We'll still have plenty of field size to be able to house high school type size 11v11, regulated 9x9 or 9v9, be able to split the field. In doing so, though, what that's done is we've increased the strength of the dome material. We've again added the air handlers, additional heaters, and what that allows us to do now is to get the overall height of that facility to 59 feet 11, so just under 60 feet of total height, and still utilize what we need to from a sports facility side of it. Additionally, as we've gone through it, at an added cost to the developer, they've added a skylight to the top of that dome. And what that allows to do is during the time of winter, and the snow load is our biggest demand on that dome, the skylight will allow the heat to rise up inside the dome, which will allow that to come down, and again, allowing us to bring down the size of that. Additionally, we've gone through and we've heard the commentary about adding additional landscaping. So we've added additional landscaping along the easterly boundary. We've added additional landscaping along the north side. We've actually also added additional landscaping on the north side of the dome, and I'll show you that here in a minute. As we went through this process, then too, staff went back and looked at the actual code on the measurement of that dome height. And so because our field is actually elevated or lower than the roadway, the actual UDO height of the dome is now 53.57 feet. So we're basically 57 or 53 feet 7 inches now of actual dome height, because the dome itself will be below the road grade of what Ashurst Drive is. And so as we talked through the project and the reasons that we kind of came to the point of wanting this is there are soccer leagues, soccer teams that will want to come in and take and utilize this facility. And talking to them, they're going to utilize the outdoor facility any day that it is 32 degrees or above. So in looking at an annual temperature across Kansas City, that's 340 days, generally speaking, on average. Our thought and what the belief is that during the winter months when the lights would be lit up the most, when the noise would be outside because the trees have lost their leaves, the noise would be the loudest. The dome is going to provide a reduction in lights because the outdoor lighting won't work or won't go on when the dome is up. Everything will be internal and will not emit light out. The noise from the field will all be encapsulated inside the dome. The air handlers, we've actually gone in and calculated the decibel levels of the air handlers, and it's actually less than what an actual soccer field would be. So by the time that it gets to the property line, if you recall back a year ago when we did these calculations, we showed you that the noise of the soccer field and the pickleball and all of those things would dissipate to a negligible level by the time we get to the property line. The air handlers that are utilized for this facility will actually be at a decibel less than what the soccer field would be if it was open aired. So again, by the time it gets to the property line, it's a negligible sound. The benefit of the dome then from a location of the area is it becomes a very large regional draw. Having one field indoor full size was big. Having two, it'll be one of the only ones in the entire region, and we're talking hundreds of miles out. So it'll become a regional draw for a number of sports facilities to want to use this on an annual basis throughout the entire season. The benefit to the community then extends into the hotel nights, the community use of the restaurants and the shopping in the areas around that, the development of the Chipman to View High and all that corridor that continues to go on down that path. So as we started talking about the field itself and why we felt this was a decent and reasonable request is the location of this facility. We're no closer than 300 foot to any residential or commercial structure around the entire property. So to the east, the residential area will have the basin that will be out there, the existing vegetation that'll set on that side, and there's essentially only 3 residential houses on that easterly side that would even be impacted by the development of that side. And again, then from the church and from the other residential neighbors. So as we go back to the original plan of why we thought the field made sense there, it's the same reason that we think the dome makes sense there, is because it's kind of an isolated location, tucked back in a way it'll be negligible in the number of people that'll be impacted by it. Now we've gone in the green, kind of colored in evergreen trees are our attempt to go in and add an additional 36 evergreen trees. So along the easterly side, we've added an additional 24 evergreen trees to create a contiguous hedgerow along that entire easterly side. Generally speaking, this is at about the same field elevation that the field sets at. You'll have the lower portion where the basin will be down below. We've added an additional 12 trees that then set up and along Ashurst Drive, and then we've also added an additional row of about 16 trees that set out in front on the south side of the parking to try to create a continuous buffer. And as we know, it's going to be 6 feet in height now, but we'll continue to watch them grow as time goes on. They'll continue to fill in and make a consistent, continuous block along that Ashurst Drive. Again, just as an added improvement to try to assist in squelching some of the concerns. We did have another neighborhood meeting, so I think this is our third one that we've had. Similar conversations that we've had in previous conversations. So incompatibility of this dome, generally speaking, most of the conversations that we have is the incompatibility of the sports facility versus the dome, I believe. You know, so we try to explain that the sports facility is approved, the overall use is approved, the dome is all that we're specifically talking about in this request. Because as we start to talk about incompatibility of neighborhood character, well, the Summit Church directly to the north is essentially an 80,000 square foot facility that is already approved. They've built about 40,000 of it. The sports facility that's approved is a 164,000 square foot facility. This dome is generally around 74,000 square feet that would be only up for about the 16 weeks of the winter months. There's a conversation that always happens about increased volume of traffic, increased congestion, difficulty of pedestrian concerns. And again, the dome itself doesn't generate any additional traffic. The sports facility that was already approved has created and done all the traffic studies, indicated that all that will function within the regulations that are required by the city. Light pollution, amplified sound, increased vehicle noises, and again, our opinion is that the dome will actually decrease all of those, because when the outdoor field is out there, you're going to have 60-foot lights that are illuminating per city code all the way till 10:30 at night. The dome eliminates that during the time of the year, November to March, when essentially that field would need to be lit the most. This dome is going to reduce that side of it. Conversations about the zoning precedent and the incremental commercial expansion. Again, this is not a zoning request. The CP2 zoning was already happened. That project is approved. The character and nature of what's going to happen on View High, I think, is intended to be a little more commercial in that area. And again, we're consistent with what is already zoned in that area. And then the increase in certainty for the homeowners who relied on the existing zoning. Again, this case has nothing to do with changes in zoning or changes in use. The dome structure itself is a supplement or an ancillary use to the main primary structure itself. It's just a dome facility that's providing an opportunity to allow more consistent control of how that outdoor field gets utilized. In there are some letters of opposition that are provided in the portal that have been provided by some of the neighbors, and we've answered some of these at neighborhood meetings. Conversations on the deed restriction. There is a private deed restriction between the church and the property owner, the developer, the attorneys. They've all spoken, and no one believes that that is a deed restriction that has any implications to this project. The substantial deviation from the previously approved plan. Again, per the UDO, this is considered an accessory use to the primary use and is not a substantial change to any part of that. The aesthetic impact of the white dome and the height. We've had conversations with that the dome color, white, is the primary color of every dome out there. There are other colors available. We've offered to the neighbors to say, suggest a color that you would prefer, but even as we talk through as staff, I don't think that there's one specific color that makes a building or a dome or anything go away. The opinion is that the dome of being white color will start to blend away as the winter's time comes on through the pieces of it. But again, we're open if there's a discussion of a color option that's out there that's better. No one has come up with a plan that thinks there's something on that side. There's some concerns and questions on the visual representations that we'll show you that are provided on the portal. Those were provided by XR3D Studios. I mean, they're a professional rendering studio with over 20 years of experience doing this specific type of renderings and animation. So we feel pretty confident. They took our survey data, they took building architectural data, and they built all of that model from that information. So it's actual live scalable data. The noise and the light pollution that we've already talked about. The availability of less impactful alternatives. We've talked about many alternatives of could the field go to a different location, could things happen inside. There's lots of different changes. This proposal of the dome, we believe, is the least impactful and the most beneficial to the overall community on that side of it. The lack of established operational safeguards and enforcements and the precedent concerns. We've had conversations with the neighbors and staff on the idea that should the developer not adhere to the policy of the requested SUP, where there's a limited period of time that can be up, neighborhood services, the city files a complaint, can be followed up and can be processed. But the developer has committed to the city, the neighbors, and the group that it is going to be adhered to very clearly, that the November to March timeframe will be very closely watched. So I think one of the things that we lacked last time that probably will help is some of these video renderings to help to identify that site because of what visually happens out there. So if you are on the easterly side of the site in the residential on Edgewood Trail, you can see the existing residential houses and the existing vegetation. We've taken all leaves off so that it represents what it would look like in the winter. And in the background, you can definitely see the dome, but it is not something that is going to stick above the trees. It is not something that we believe is going to impose a great look. This is the actual photo of what it looks like out there, so we can very clearly show that we're not trying to change anything from a representation standpoint of what it does look like out there. Now we've taken away the trees just so you can visually see what it would look like with the dome back there if there were absolutely no trees. And then just a reminder that if the dome's not there, that is the approved View High Sports Complex that is going to be built back there with or without the dome on that side of it. Now we've moved one street further east, sitting on Edgewood Trail again, looking back to the west. Now you can start to see that the top of the trees and the top of the dome are a little bit visible on the side of it just from a perspective of changing in elevation on that side of it. Again, this is a visual, actual picture of what it looks like out there today. This is what it would look like if every tree from the site was completely removed and you can see the tip top of the dome. And again, then if the dome wasn't approved, that's still the location of what that commercial building would look like back behind it. Now we've moved down to the intersection of Ashurst and Edgewood, so the picture we were taking was just to the left. Again, the dome and sports facilities set to the back side over here on the other side of the trees, that basically not visible from this location. This is a location of exactly what that looks like today, so again, you can see our renderings mimic what the visuals would be. Now we've moved to the end of Ashurst, so at the property line of what would be the subdivision looking into the site, so you can see the dome and the facility. This is what that looks like today, so you can start to get some perspective of what the tree removal and those pieces would be in that area. This then is up on Ashurst Drive and View High, looking back so you can see the sports facility that's approved and the dome sitting in the background, and you can just see a little bit of pieces of the dome side of it. This is as we're coming down Ashurst Drive and you're starting to see more of the dome when you physically get directly in front of it. So with that, let me switch over. And we'll show, we also made an animation that I think will help to go through those same photos, but potentially give you a little better visual on those sides. We attempted to do a photo there, more like the second floor of what that might look like from that residence, just so we could have a perspective of what it would be elevated from a second floor as well. So with that, again, we appreciate the time for you guys to reconsider this application. We feel like the developers worked hard to try to find and meet your middle ground with the neighbors and your guys' comments and council's comments as well. So we'll stand for any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Schlicht. Looks like we have Ms. Bright here to make the city presentation.
So before I begin, I did just want to note that staff will be doing one singular presentation for both the preliminary development plan and the SUP, and then we will still hold 2 hearings and enter the exhibits accordingly. So Adair Bright, Senior Planner for PL 2025-249. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 24.
Please enter Exhibit A 1 through 24 into the record.
So in early 2025, the rezoning and the preliminary development plan for View High Sports Complex was approved and is still valid. The PDP did include the complex, its associated parking, and the north-south road connecting Northwest Chipman to Northwest Ashurst. The original PDP proposed that the outdoor soccer fields and the outdoor pickleball courts would remain uncovered. At that time, the property was rezoned to CP2, which allows for a recreation facility with one condition pertaining to the location of the front entrance, which is being met with the previously approved application. The surrounding land uses include the Summit Church to the north, single family to the south and the east, and then parkland to the west across Northwest View High Drive. The future land use map designates the subject property as commercial, and the comprehensive plan does specifically identify that a commercial recreation facility would be an ideal use under that commercial land use category. Since the complex and the parking were previously approved, the focus this evening is just for the PDP and the SUP for that seasonal inflatable dome. This project was first heard by Planning Commission on November 13th of 2025, where it was recommended for denial. The concerns at that time were related to size and scale of structure and its general compatibility with the single family. It was then heard by City Council on December 16th of 2025, and the instruction was to revise the proposal and allow the Planning Commission to reconsider the application. So the PDP is being required due to a modification to the height being requested, and the SUP is required since the UDO states that uses and accessory structures not identified shall require a special use permit approval. The proposed inflatable dome would cover the area shown with the yellow hatching, and due to the proposed addition of the dome, the applicant would also be extending the fire lane along that southern edge. The applicant is requesting the SUP be approved for 20 years. However, since this is an unfamiliar structure, staff would recommend a 5-year initial approval period. The applicant has made 3 revisions, which include reducing the dome height, increasing the quantity of coniferous tree plantings, and moving the installation timeframe. The previous installation timeframe was about 17 weeks, and this request is still consistent with that previous ask. When it comes to measuring the building height, the UDO does identify 3 different ways listed here as A, B, and C. After additional staff review, it was determined that the most comparable roof type for the dome would be a mansard roof, and since there is not a clear distinction between where the walls end and the roof begins, the entire structure is considered to be the roof. The UDO tells us to calculate that building height. We start at the highest available ground level, which for this project is the street curb level, and then we measure to the deck line of a mansard roof, which is where that flat line is at the highest point. Based on that UDO definition and methodology, the originally proposed structure had a calculated height of 73.65 feet, while the revised proposal results in a calculated height of 53.57 feet. While the height has been reduced, the applicant is still seeking approval of a modification because they are proposing the structure be 13 feet taller than the maximum height allowed within CP2. The previous request, which was 33 feet taller than the maximum height allowed, was not supported by staff since there were limited opportunities to mitigate the visual impact on those adjacent residential properties. Staff did previously identify that concerns were related to the height, and the form of the dome could appear visually out of place. And while the overall shape of the structure remains unchanged, the lessened height does reduce its perceived scale. Also, the overall massing is comparable to the Summit Church and the previously approved sports complex. As part of this revised proposal, the applicant has provided 3D renderings from multiple vantage points demonstrating the structure's height and visibility. Based on the submitted materials, staff finds that although the dome will be visible, it is not expected to appear substantially taller than the surrounding trees or the nearby residential and non-residential structures when viewed from that neighboring subdivision. The additional proposed evergreens will also increase the density of the existing tree mass that is proposed to remain, and that will also help further mitigate that visual impact. The applicant did hold a second neighborhood meeting on February 23rd, 2026, and 11 members of the public attended. The applicant reported that discussion and questions included traffic related to the development, the overall site design, the associated mechanical equipment, the height of the structure, and lighting. Staff has received 3 letters of opposition and 21 protest petitions. 5 of those petitions are within the 185-foot buffer around the site. Staff finds that the revised proposal reasonably addresses the concerns identified in the previous submittal and that the requested height modification is compatible subject to the proposed landscaping and site design improvements. The recommended conditions of approval here have been updated in response to the revised plan and are shown in bolded font. The recommended condition number 2 under the SUP application has been further revised by staff to provide better clarity, and the applicant has been made aware of that. And I am here for any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. Now I will ask if there's any questions for the staff or applicant for the commission, but I want to just clarify that we've already approved the preliminary development plan, so all our questions are in regard to the dome only. So do you want to start, Commissioner Benbrook?
I'm looking at it from just the dome point of view. I think it was pretty well spelled out for us. I do have one question. According to the zoning and building standard, what is the highest allowable structure that could be placed on this lot?
CP2 allows for a maximum height of 40 feet. The actual structure height itself would be dependent on where that grade is, since we do the UDO calculations a little bit differently.
Okay, so that's CP2.
Mhm.
If this was zoned R3 or something like that, we would see an excess of 40 or 40, is that correct? Depending on.
RP3 is still 40, RP4 is where you get into 50.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Trzynski?
Yes, thank you. I just have a couple quick questions for staff. Sorry, Sierra. Real quick, how will the city verify the actual elevations and elevation numbers, from this plan, so that if we did decide to approve this, and how would they verify that it actually met what we're being told? And 2, what would be what would happen if they were over?
As far as where the grade is,
Well, just the height of the building. So I'm assuming the city would have to go out and have someone measure it to make sure that it is whatever we approve it. And what happens if they do that and they find out it's not?
So when the structure is constructed, it's going to have to go through the standard building permit process, and on that, the building permit, it'll list out that height, and those plans are stamped and signed off by a licensed architect. So if it is not built to those plans or those plans are incorrect, we could address that through the standard enforcement process.
But does the city have the means to go out and
really go out and measure it?
Yeah, to make sure.
No, so we wouldn't be able to go out there with a tape measure and measure it. No, so it'll have to be built per the plans, and the architect's license, he signs off on that as it's built. And if there's issues, we could look at going enforcement through that process.
Okay, because this is where I know Matt's a professional surveyor. They can go out and do that, right? The city doesn't have that mechanism. It's one of those things where I'd almost want a professional surveyor to sign off on a document that specifically they stamp and sign it, say it does meet exactly what we proposed, because it's not that I don't trust people, but we're the show me state, right? So let's show me what it really does. So I would like that to be somehow included in that, just to make sure that we are exactly meeting that if this does get approved.
So we could add a condition of approval that would require them to provide some kind of as-built that would attest to that.
Sure. Perfect. And then also, I do have a question for Mr. Schlicht. So with regards to the trees that go on, and you've talked about, and I know one of our commissioners just loves these evergreens, and so I know that's why you did it, but what type of evergreen, how fast do they grow, what size are they going to be when they go in? So, I mean, what's their max height, that kind of information?
So the city requirement is 6 foot minimum to plant at the initial side of it. We've evaluated, can we buy bigger ones out of the gate, and then also start to evaluate faster growing ones. And so we'll continue to evaluate if there's some kind of comment you guys have to make. I don't have a specific species, but the idea when we talked about that was, even with staff, was we'll figure out ways to get a bigger, faster growing one in there to create.
Yeah, because if you plant a 6 foot tree and it takes 50 years for it to grow high enough to really do it, is it really worth it?
Right, and so some of what we did with them is place them in such a way that they should be at planting relatively close enough to create that complete hedge, so that on the lower level, like as we look through the neighbors, even the lower trunk areas would be covered. And then the same with the street, is at your eye level off the street, they would be dense enough to cover, kind of creating a continuous hedgerow is the idea.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Jana Ford.
Thank you. Mr. Schlicht, would you mind coming back up? This is more of a detail question, but considering that this dome is an aesthetic question that we're trying to figure out, does it fit or not, I'm going to ask the opposite. What does it look like when the dome is taken down? So let's assume one season has passed. The dome's been up November 25th through March 25th. On this little diagram you've got here, it shows that the yellow extent is the dome extent, and it extends obviously beyond the fields. That little patch of natural grass that surrounds that field, how is that going to be taken care of when the field or the dome is up, so that doesn't look like it's been worn or not well taken care of?
Yep.
Like, I'm imagining you put a trampoline on a grass, and you take that trampoline out, you can see where the trampoline's been. So that's my question.
Perfect. So the dome will literally cover the area that's shown here in green. The footing for the dome will literally be at the edge line of the field, so that during non-dome season, that field is a FIFA-regulated full-size soccer field. And so everything, essentially from this black line, bounded by the kind of the curbs on the others, are all artificial turf. So everything within that field area will be an artificial turf that will be perfectly maintained throughout the time. So where the footing goes, right along the edge of the field facility, there's actually a patch of turf that we can apply to the top of it, so that you don't see it and it doesn't impact the process of play during that time. And so as we've talked through this and tried to figure out how to bring the dome down, that's always been our biggest hindrance, is we wanted to maintain for 9 months of the year a full-size regulated soccer field, so we didn't want the footing of that dome to encroach on that size. So if that makes sense, we're going to keep everything in here turf, and so when the dome's down, it'll look just like a turf field you might see like out of Paragon Star.
Okay, that helps. And then my next question is about the process of installing the dome. Is it take weeks to install? Does it take days, hours? My main concern is seeing all those equipment pieces just hang out in the field like a construction site. You know, you want it to go from open to closed essentially overnight for aesthetic purposes.
Yep, and let me see if I still have my old presentation, because I actually had photos of what it looks like. Oh, that's the wrong one. So it takes about a week is the short answer, and essentially it's a stitched together type facility. So let me see if I have I didn't bring it. So it's a matting, so the dome itself is actually stitched together and bolted together. So each of it is laid out, so it's rolled out just like a tarp would be. And then as they are overlaid together, there's actually a metal bracket that latches onto both sides and it's bolted together. And then it becomes one full piece, basically, of the dome facility. And so what happens is essentially you have these big rolls of the dome that are rolled out manually. And then as they're placed, they're put together, and then you inflate and up it goes. And so it takes, literally, they said the first time it'll take a week, and then after that it takes, 3-4 days of the 10 guys to go in and out of there.
Okay. And is it loud when they do that?
No, so there's really no equipment per se. There'll be some equipment to lift fork trucks and things like that to lift the dome out of the containers that store it. So it'll be stored in containers, shipped off site, stored, then brought back. So it'll just be the fork truck you'd be dropping, so normal vehicle type sound, and then it's simply just manually laid out, bolted together with drills and things like that. And then once it's air handlers turn on and start blowing air into it, it's just like an air handler system that you'd have for AC of like your house.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Grono? Commissioner Frazier?
Just a couple of clarifying questions. One, apologize, I'm losing my voice today. From a seating standpoint, so you mentioned that when the dome is not there, then it is a full FIFA field. So where do the parents and where do they, are there bleachers? Is it around? And what I'm wondering is, would they be forced to sit or have chairs or whatnot on the outside of the turf?
Right.
Is that it?
So the idea would be similar like you'd have at a Paragon or out at Legacy. Whenever the games happen, you're going to bring your lawn chair,
Okay.
you're going to sit there on the ground next to it, and so kind of around the perimeter side of it. As we've talked through it with the dome, that's kind of that same problem we have, is that the dome has such a small height at the edges, it really starts to restrict when we bring it in so tight to what actual field can go in there and still have mom and dad and people and visitors coming and watching the game. So yeah, it's essentially they'll sit on the turf surrounding the field like you would at any one of them. I don't believe there's any intention to have bleachers or anything on that side. We also have kind of created an elevated platform up kind of like where the pickleball areas are, that you can also have some other visual areas to kind of come down. And we've also talked about maybe paving or concreting a pad area up here if grandma was in a wheelchair or something like that, that they had to leave them up by there, that they could still see visually the game, everything going on.
Okay. So can I should I assume that during the 2 weeks, the week on the front end, the week on the back end, when it's not operational, when you're installing and taking the dome down? You said it took give or take a week or so.
So that was
there's no.
Yep, and that's the reason of the change of the time frames, is we actually got specific with the soccer clubs, and you'll start to notice the dates we've picked now is trying to catch Thanksgiving week when the clubs don't practice, and spring break week on the end when clubs don't practice. And so it's kind of their 2 dead weeks that we also try to use as our install and destruction side.
Okay. And then my last question is for the staff. I believe you all recommended a 5-year initial approval period? Okay. And so at that 5-year mark, would they have to come back, or is it rolling, and would they have to approve it at that point? It's 5 years, yeah, we're good to go, we want to continue it, or does the 5 years stop and continue it? Say, I think you said 15, I think you said a total of 20. Do they have to come back and say, yes, we're good at 5 years and let's continue it to 20? I guess what I'm asking is, at what point do the citizens come back and say, we're satisfied or we're good? Is it at that 5-year mark?
Yeah, so after that
Okay.
5 years, their special use permit would essentially expire, and they would be required to come make new application.
Okay.
Staff felt that was a reasonable time to assess how it's functioning, if there's any kind of maintenance concerns, and just how it's all working.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Frazier. I have a few questions. I would say this one is for, I don't remember who talked about the calculated height. Was that staff? Okay. We're going to talk height. So we have 53.57, and then I think the other number was 59.95. Can you explain again, and also, this sits it sits lower down, right? So that height, I guess it's going from the lower ground level to the top when you're measuring that height, correct?
So the way the height works kind of helps on the visual here. So you can see the soccer field itself is at an elevation of 930 feet. The height to the top of the dome from that elevation is that 59.92 feet. The way the UDO tells us to measure building height, we have the three options. In this case, we use option 1 because we go from the highest of the following 3 levels. So we would go from the street curb level, which is at it's at the 936.35 feet. So that's where we lose that 6 feet, and the height is technically from the actual street curb to the height of the actual dome.
Okay, so then if 40 feet is the maximum within this zoning, we're looking at 13.57 visually.
In excess.
In excess, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's, okay, that answers that question. How tall is the church?
The church itself, at its highest point, it's 35 feet. The cross on the church goes to 52 feet. The maximum in the ag zoning district is also 40 feet, and that church does sit 20 feet higher in elevation than this.
So can you pull up a picture of, I think it was your presentation where you compared, or maybe it was Matt's, I don't know, but yeah, that's it.
Yes.
So
So here you have the View High Sports Complex in orange. The Summit Church would be behind the View High Sports Complex, but it's just kind of shown up in the air a little bit because visually it is higher. It sits elevation-wise higher than all of this. So they would appear about the same height.
okay, thank you. I think these are for you, Mr. Schlicht. We talked, well, on the various presentations, we've talked about the different colors. Did you do any renderings with different colors? Did you have any?
We didn't, yeah, because again, like I said, we've kind of researched it. We've talked to the dome manufacturers about it, and white is the predominant by 99 to 1 kind of conversations of color. Because the issue of color typically becomes it's in the eye of the beholder, and every time you pick a color, we saw a few of them, and they weren't any less, impactful in our opinion to that side. So same, I think, when we talk to staff, I think that's the opinion we've all kind of raised is white is, but again, we're open to discussions on it. We asked that of the neighborhood as well, and I think everybody's kind of the same way. I don't know that there's a different better, it's just, there are options.
Okay, yeah, because the building was, if I remember right, it was gray with some blue.
Yep.
And so,
Yeah, we have
okay.
a metal panel and stuff on it, yep.
Okay, do you happen to have a picture of the before, the first edition and then the third, just side by side?
I am not, you mean as far as what?
Just to look at the heights.
Picture? So the best one, I think, is, staff has it, is on that picture there. You can see it.
Oh, okay.
We did a demonstration of the different varied heights that you can see of where we started, and again, with relation of the Summit Church, and then with our height of the current facility of what we've proposed and where we believe we're at now in relation to everyone else.
Okay, so we've reduced the height by 21, so about 20, a little over 20, about 26% decrease. Okay. All right, thank you.
You bet.
Any more questions from the commission before we go to public comments?
Chair, before we move to public comments, I do have one point of clarification that I want to make. So in your opening remarks, you stated that the PDP had already been approved. I just want to make it clear that the original PDP entitling the View High Sports has been approved, but the PDP before us today, that is PL 2020-2025-249, has not been approved, and that's what we're hearing today.
Okay, I said that wrong, so, okay. Thank you. All right, we will move on to public comments. And so if there's, before we start, if there's anyone who needs to stand up and be sworn in, who plans to speak, who did not get sworn in before, we could do that. Okay. We have a few guidelines. We're going to allow 3 minutes to speak. Make sure that it's pertaining to the dome itself, to this application, not to the one that approved the project before the dome came about. And let me see here. If anyone has any handouts or additional materials, provide it to city staff, and they will provide it to us. And I think that is it. So we can start with whoever wants to start first. Well, actually, I do have cards. Did you say there were probably more than this too, Shannon?
Yeah, so those cards are actually for comments, to public comments related to items that are not on the agenda. But so some of them didn't get filled out for this item, so we can go ahead and go through those and then call up whoever did not.
So I will call these, and then if you do have comments, just make sure you state your name and address for the record, and you can come to that microphone there or this one. So I will start with Lawrence. Is it Kloss? Close. Okay, that was easy.
I don't have a handout, but I've got a picture, if I can get some help with that, or whatever way works best. Okay, my name is Lawrence Close, 509 Northwest Edgewood Trail, Lee Summit, Missouri. I'm urging you to deny this application. This is a massive structure, larger than a football field. This picture is from the manufacturer's website. The footprint is smaller than the proposed dome. Regardless of the developer's graphics, I don't think the visual impact on the surrounding properties can be disputed, particularly with no leaves on the trees. We rely on enforcement of existing zoning code to provide orderly, intended, and predictable development adjacent to residential neighborhoods to protect us from excess of developers. The property was rezoned about a year ago to CP2 with a building height limitation of 40 feet. The proposed dome is 50% higher than that limit, and this type of structure was not contemplated. The change from the prior proposal is primarily reduction in height, but the 14% reduction is not material to the fundamental concerns of the negative effects on character and value of neighboring homes. The dome is obviously incompatible in architectural style and character of surrounding properties. While the developer's presentation is designed to downplay the impact, ask the people who actually live there. Many are here tonight, and this cannot be mitigated. Finally, please consider in a $50 million project with marketing consultants, feasibility studies, and financial projections, it does not make common sense that the dome was not a planned revenue source. It is likely the dome was omitted to ease initial approval, and then the add-on request is forwarded. This is known as project creep, developer excess. I'm not anti-development, but zoning was just changed to CP2 with the purpose to allow the sports complex as then presented. This restriction should be enforced and not promptly waived for a massive unusual building request that harms the character and value of existing properties. Please vote against the request, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I have C.L. Beach.
Yeah, CL Beach, 520 Northwest Edgewood Trail. And so we're going to lay a form to know which way this goes up here best. some of the things I want to do is just accentuate a little bit on what Larry had mentioned and give some perspective to the consideration of the size of the dome. The developers have done a nice job this time of at least showing some pictures of what some renderings do look like from the neighborhood. And one of the comments is only affects 3 homes. I think you can see from the pictures it affects the 54 homes in the neighborhood. Additionally, the corner of Ashurst and Edgewood, probably 75% of the neighbors go through there every day and would have to pass this coming in and coming out of the neighborhood, or visitors or prospective buyers to your home. And this gives some other perspective to the size of this dome. If you see the width is 215 feet, well, a standard football field is 160. So this is 35% wider than a standard football field. It's also 17% longer than a standard football field. And the height, again, it's about 4.5 stories, and I don't know of any other places in Lee Summit, and I may not be familiar with, that have a 4.5 to 5 foot, 5-story building 60 feet next to, adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Also, again, it's about 75,000 square feet. And again, its normal football field is about 48,000 square feet. So it's about 60% larger than Chief Stadium. And again, it's about 14 feet taller than the original building, about 30% increase in height. And of course, if you put it in a big hole, it, wouldn't be near that high from the street, but it's still 14 feet taller than the original structure. And your average 2-story home is about 25 to 30 feet. This is basically tall as two 2-story homes. And again, if you look at it, this kind of pictorial size, you could put a 747 in this. And again, now it's only 60 feet tall. The tail of the 747 will stick out about 4 feet, but it's large enough to put an aircraft. We have a hangar for an aircraft going in there. What I would like everybody to consider is, again, this affects the entire neighborhood. It affects our quality of life in the neighborhood. And at the same time, if you were living in this neighborhood and had to pass this every day coming in and out, would that be structurally pleasing to be in your neighborhood, to look at a dome like this? Again, I'm not development in Lee Summit. I'm proud Paragons down there. My daughter's played soccer all from the age 6 all the way through high school. Support that very highly. And I support the field being there. But the dome is something that's a little bit excessive, perhaps, in the neighborhood in this sort. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Rachel Mitchell.
My name is Rachel Mitchell. I'm at 465 Northwest Ribbon Rock Place. I attend and serve at this Summit Church. More importantly, I have 3 kids who play sports year-round. I have become very aware of the lack of options for indoor practice and tournaments. Actually, this weekend we will be in Kansas again at a tournament, and when we go to these tournaments, there isn't options to bring food inside, and so you're purchasing meals, and there's this revenue that goes along and is poured back into the community where you go to that tournament. So I am hoping that we can pass this to expand the usability of a field that will already be there for our community, and then also bring in the revenue that is going to be going out no matter what. So for those reasons, I ask that this be considered, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Ms. Giddings.
Debbie Giddings, 1015 Southeast Bordner Drive in Lee Summit, Missouri. I'm not located next to this complex, but my concern is as Lee Summit grows and additional soccer complexes are going to be put in, is this establishing a precedent that we'll have these all over the community? I also question the cost benefit, because this is only going to be up for 3 months, maybe less than that of the year. And there's got to be a cost basis of very much wanting this, and how much of that is going to be returned to the community. Meals, maybe gas. Other than that, everybody that lives here, they're going to go back home. Tournament teams do come in. However, I've had a child that played soccer and gone to tournaments out of town. We typically take a lot of our food with us because we don't want to have to be in an area where we don't know what foods there is, and this complex is not located close to any kind of food, so they're going to be bringing their food in. The other thing is traffic. The whole complex itself is going to draw traffic. My child has played in one of these domes. Despite what they say about not being able to hear it, you can still hear them, and it seems like the sound is amplified inside the dome more so than when it's just an outside soccer field. There's more space for the noise to spread on an outside soccer field than there is internally. I have concern about what he says on the way that it's going to be attached and how much space there's going to be. You've already said that you don't have a way to verify what it is. Perhaps there needs to be a second consultant to verify, because I just don't think it's trustworthy to allow something like this that could be inflated more than what it says it is. And I feel like this could affect the property values of the neighboring people if they're looking at homes during the time that this dome is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Janie Allen?
Hi, my name is Janie Allen. I live at 507 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I'm in the Edgewood subdivision. I'm speaking on behalf of our neighbors in Edgewood subdivision who are in opposition to this. Our position is not anti-development. It is pro-responsible planning. We ask that there be careful consideration of the long-term impact this decision will have on families who call this area home. This decision goes beyond just one dome. It signals how our city balances mixed-use development with neighborhood protections. Our residents are engaged. On Wednesday, February 25th, neighbors gathered at my residence to have protest forms notarized. On Friday, February 27th, I hand-delivered those to City Hall. Of the 54 homes in our subdivision, almost half submitted forms. This reflects a significant level of concern and opposition among residents who are directly impacted by this. We are simply asking for development that fits, not development that overwhelms. We respectfully ask that this Planning Commission take into consideration the strong and unified voice of the Edgewood subdivision residents. Thank you for your consideration. Please vote against this request.
Thank you. All right, I'm out of the cards that, or the slips that have been filled out. So is there anyone else who wants to step up to one of the microphones?
Andrew Ellison, 504 Northwest Timber Ridge Trail. I got to address a couple of the comments earlier. It needs to be stated that I completely understand the difference between the dome from what is already approved. Honestly, that tactic used to diminish the credibility of our concerns doesn't belong in these chambers. It will clearly increase usage. If this won't increase usage and traffic, then why is it even here? They don't need it. Regarding the question around city enforcement, the soccer fields at Paragon Star were brought up just this Tuesday night in City Council. I don't know what the technical term is, but they did not have a permit to operate, yet they still did. Nothing was done until they didn't approve of the related application years later. I'm concerned at the city's ability to enforce this code. And it's not lost on the residents that this height is set specifically to sit just beneath the 60-foot deed restriction, a limit the developer was not even diligent enough to follow. the first time this was brought forward. This indicates a level of negligence and a lack of respect for the formal processes designed to protect our community. The structure represents an unreasonable intensification of use for this site. While my own home is nearby, many of the neighbors live less than 100 yards from this proposed complex. I want to be clear, I'm not anti-development. I actually support a fully enclosed permanent building that meets UDO requirements. A permanent structure is a reasonable compromise that would meaningfully mitigate noise and light while providing the city the facility it desires. The Planning Commission has previously recognized these concerns. I respectfully ask you to remain consistent with those findings and recommend denial of the dome proposal. Let's move toward a permanent enclosed solution that respects the existing neighborhood and rules that we're all expected to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comments? All right, so I'm going to go back to the commission to see if we have any additional questions from the commission. I'll start with you, Commissioner Benbrook.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question, staff maybe can fill us in on this. When was the church across the street constructed? Do we know that?
I know that the FDP for that was approved in 2015, as far as when the certificate of occupancy was issued. I would assume shortly after 2016-ish.
Okay. When was the neighborhood built? Do we know that?
It was all platted in the mid to late 90s and then constructed shortly after that.
So the neighborhood was here 20 years or more before the church was there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just curious, maybe you know this, maybe you don't. Was there any protests when the church was built at a 50-foot height?
Not that I'm aware of, and just to clarify, the church is at max height 35. The cross itself extends to 52.
Correct, but that's
no.
measured from the road, like the dome is, or is that measured from the final grade? Is that building height, or is that height from the same projection that we're looking at the dome?
That's building height itself, the actual
Okay.
structure, not.
And and I think you said it sits about 20 feet higher, so we're looking at roughly 50 foot from the same elevation that you're measuring the dome is the church. Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Commissioner Jana Ford.
No, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Grono.
I have a couple questions for the applicant. So, and I know this has been talked about once before, but we're re-looking at an application, so we get to talk about it again.
Sure.
Tell us why this wasn't included within the original development plan. Why are we looking to make an amendment to what was previously approved? Why aren't we using an actual building to construct it versus a dome?
Sure.
Can you kind of go through that story for us?
Yeah, so the process was, when this project originated, one indoor full-size soccer field would be unique for the region that no one else has. The outdoor soccer facility and field allowed an opportunity to have two fields playing for a majority of the year, because some teams like to do outside more than they like to do inside. And so as we started through the process, a soccer club that we spoke to said, we travel all the way to Chicago and Michigan and northern states, and we play in these domes, and it gives us the opportunity to control that outdoor space year-round. So as we're going to rent the outdoor space from you, and there's these 32 degrees and above, there's a majority of them. However, it doesn't count for precipitation or the wind or the other problems that can cause wind chills. It would be that much and above to have two full-size soccer fields that we could then manage for training, we could manage for our tournaments, we could expand the growth and opportunities that we could have for this facility multiple times over what we could with the one field. And so that's how we got to that process of the developer came to us and asked that question. We went to staff and asked the question of how do we start this process and looking at something that is new to the community in the sense of the size of it over a soccer field, but not new in the sense of it. People are using it for tennis courts. They're using it for water facilities. And there are some inside the area, just not of that side. Volleyball Beach uses it for their outdoor sand volleyball areas to extend the life and control the elements for that period of time. And so that's really what led it to it. It was a soccer club kind of brought up the idea that they would be a very unique club with the opportunity to offer two full-size soccer fields year-round for any tournament, any facility they wanted, and not have the implications of people traveling in from, many, many miles away to come to the site to only be postponed or game canceled because of weather and that problem. So that's how this started in this process. It was not something that we had ideated or thought of during the initial time of it. The dome was not some piece of it that we held out or omitted. It was simply just something as the process continues on, as many of the things in the building have continued to improve in the ideas of what we've looked at from what we initially concepted at PDP to make it a better overall project. That's what we thought this was going to create.
And I don't know if you can answer this or not, but if the dome isn't approved, will the development still go forward?
Yeah, so the developer is working towards getting approvals financially either way to get the project to move forward and figure out how to make it work and make sense. Both of them are still at that stage to where the approvals have to happen to get to the final development plan submittal, to get to the final budgets, to get to the construction process. But both of the funding sources, either way, have been evaluated and believe we can move forward at some point.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Trzynski.
Mind if I ask a question? So
Sure.
I want to just clarify something Commissioner Benbrook and I were chatting about. Sierra, if you could jump up here. Can you bring up again on the screen the picture that showed the multiple domes and where the location of the elevation was taken from?
Mm-hmm.
So on this site, the location of the elevation, maybe not this picture, maybe it's the previous picture, but yeah, there it is. That site, so the 53.57 feet was taken on this site for this dome.
It was taken on Ashurst at the curb level. This is looking west.
This is looking west, okay.
Mhm.
So when you told us about the elevation, the height of the church, that would have been taken
That would have been taken from Chipman Road.
from Chipman Road
Yeah.
to the church. So this height is based on this site,
Mhm.
and that height was based on that site, based on the three criteria.
Mhm.
That's how it was taken care of. So
Yes.
when you compare this one to that one and say it's 50 feet, yeah, and the elevation is different, but how the height was calculated was based on that site, not comparative to each other.
Yes.
Okay.
Clarification.
Okay.
Church was measured from adjacent curb, correct?
Yes.
Dome is measured from adjacent curb, correct?
Yes.
What is the height from the curb of each?
So the height of the dome from the adjacent curb is 53.57. The height of the church from the adjacent curb of Ashurst or Chipman? Because at the time it was constructed, it would have been from Chipman, because Ashurst didn't
Either
go
one,
all the way
because
through.
it fits my comment either way.
Okay. From Chipman, that's at 940, so that would be about 45, and then to the top of the cross, you have the 52.
Okay. Did the church go through an SUP to get the cross?
They did not.
Interesting. Okay.
So clarifying, because what Randy said, I thought you initially said it was 35 feet.
It is 30, the actual structure itself, so if you're just looking at the building, like if you just look at this dome, it's 59.92. But when you look at the actual calculated UDO height, that's where you get that difference. Chipman sits about 10 feet lower from the actual church structure. I will note too on that, churches are allowed to go to 75 feet tall in any district as long as they have an increased setback. It would be them along with hospitals, schools, buildings like that.
So I'm kind of curious, because you just opened up a whole can of worms. If they put a cross on this dome, can they go 75 feet?
It is not technically considered a worship facility. The actual land use itself is not a worship facility.
Okay.
So, yeah, and so that's what I was trying to get at was, I think, based on the church site, they didn't have to get a special permission to do that because they were within the guidelines.
Mhm.
On this site, that's why they require a special permission because they are not within that guideline.
They're exceeding, yes.
So that I think we're getting to the same thing, I'm
Yes.
hoping, but from
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
sides. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Remind me around table to ask about the 75 feet.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Commissioner Frazier, did you have a question?
Excuse me, I was just going to clarify that, actually, it's not a question, it's a comment, so I'll wait.
Okay. I'm just going to ask this one. It's for you, Mr. Schlicht. So, Have you looked into any other types of domes that are not as permanent as this one, that can be put up and taken down more frequently, like as needed for weather? Is there even something like that?
There is not. So this, and we did a better presentation last time at the council meeting to try to discuss the dome itself. The dome itself actually is a designed building structure. So it'll actually be sealed, reviewed, and approved just like a building would. And the reason you can't is there are literally footings on the outside of that, or that would house a building, because it holds the structure and the frame of that pressure that's inside that dome. So the dome itself takes a few days to put up, and it, no matter what you do with it, because of the size to go over the soccer field, it takes that process. So you can't take them up and down. It literally is, you find that window that you want them up. And it is interesting, because as we've done this, we've started looking around the city more, and there are more and more of them that are up as you start to look around, that are, again, they're over tennis courts, they're over, pickleball courts probably at this point, they're over swimming facilities, they're over sand volleyball, to extend the life and time frame that you can actually play those pieces of it. So the soccer component is the first of the region, but not if you go to the north area. If you go to the northern states, this is a pretty common event to happen during these winter months.
Okay, thank you. Ben, okay. I'm going to ask one more, and it is for the applicant, so it's for you. So the soccer field is being modified, and this hasn't really, it's not about the dome, it's just about the use of the dome, I guess. So is this a substantial change as far as how it would be used? As far as the size goes, as it's an accommodation to get the height down. Does it really do what you really want it to do, I guess is the question, as far as field size?
Yes, we are at that limit. So our key and indication the entire time was the actual outdoor field. We did not want to modify the overall size of it. And we are literally at that point where we are putting footings at the outlines, at the sidelines and the baselines of that soccer field right now. And so we've done everything we can, from increased air handlers, increased heaters, changed the dome material to actually a thicker dome, a more expensive dome. We've added the skylight at an extra cost, all of those things to bring that dome as small as it possibly can and still maintain that outdoor field, so that it doesn't take the 9 months of the year soccer field. It leaves that pitch exactly as it is. And then just during the winter months, inside of this, it will just eliminate the opportunity to have 11v11 full size. We can still have 9v9. We can still split the field in half and still have two youth. They can still train. They can do many, many things out there that the soccer club is very happy to have if this opportunity comes available.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Frazier?
So this was my question earlier. We're talking about the dome height. That's our challenge today. So if this were, I'm going to say, if there was a building and it was a retractable roof that was a flat or slanted roof, we would not be having, and this is a question, will we not be having this discussion?
Potentially.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, so potentially. So the idea is, and I'll try to find if I have the shooter. I'm not an engineer, I will. So here is the reason I say sort of is, if you'll recall, and it's been some time, the shape of the roof that is on the sports facility, is a sloped roof. Because it is a sloped roof, as Adair was talking about, able to calculate, we're able to calculate and have the peak of that roof higher than the 40 feet, so long as the lower side is lower and it averages out to be under the allowable height on that side of it. To get into the soccer field, the issue would be, is based on that size of putting a permanent structure in there, is if you built vertical and flat roofed it, it would still likely exceed 40 feet in order to have room for the facility to operate with all the equipment. So then you start to talk about angling. Well, you're not going to have the same height, length. So inside the building facility, the big full-size soccer field right now stops at about midway along the building. So a third of the current building is the soccer field. And that's where we'd have an issue. So if it was a permanent structure, I think we're still here talking about height, just because we're gonna have to try to figure out how to construct something that would be enough volume and mass to allow soccer to happen internally to that side.
Okay. And this is what, 16 weeks, November through?
So right now, we're talking about Thanksgiving to spring break, so essentially November 25th to March 25th. It'll be up and down in that period of time.
Thank you.
All right, since you're up here, and there's no more questions from the commission, do you care to respond to any of the?
I think we've answered, so the conversations, I think, of the neighbors, I appreciate, and I think we've had those conversations, and I think we've answered them. I think we answered them in the portion of our presentation. I tried to take it. If I didn't, I'm happy to answer any more sides of it. You know, I think the conversation that continues to happen about is the size of the facility and the pieces of the facility, and we certainly understand that it's a soccer field and it has that dome height, but we believe we've mitigated this as much as possible, and the benefit to the overall community is substantial, and so we believe it's a good use. So again, we appreciate your time in reconsidering it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McGuire, I'd like to take a recess before we close the public hearing. I can go ahead and do that. Can I do like a 10-minute one?
If you would like to do that.
Okay, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess, make it 15.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there, and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long, you can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spay or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there, and he was bathing his 2 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently, that was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home, where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard. We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30+ years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as the co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person, and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
Before we close public hearing, we have a few more questions from the commission, so I will ask. Oh. Okay. I will ask that we get everyone here so we can go. We're here. Okay. All right. Thanks. It's one of those things I knew I might be missing something. All right, we're going to, before we close public hearing, we have some questions from the commission. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Frazier.
I believe my question is for staff. Again, I apologize, I just want to clarify. So we're really, the first part, we're not talking about the initial PDP. We're talking about the dome and just the dome only. So if we say no to the dome, then that building, everything underneath the dome remains. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. So this right here.
As far as our approval or not today?
Yeah, if you can see the approved plan here, this is what was approved. This is what still is valid and in effect, regardless of whether or not this gets approved.
Okay. So you had another slide that had yellow, and the reason I'm asking that is because I'm assuming it's the dome and the building, but just for the record, it is just the dome that we're discussing.
Yes, this hatching represents where the dome would be installed.
Okay. So the building, so the building underneath the dome was not part of the original in blue?
There's not a building underneath the dome. The only thing underneath the dome is the soccer field itself.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a quick question. But is the soccer field underneath the dome a part of the original plan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yes. And then will you go to the very last slide of this presentation?
The conditions?
Yep, there we go. So obviously we're a little confused up here. There's a lot going on. Normally you guys will provide a recommendation for approval or will showcase some of your approval conditions. Is this something that staff is recommending approval for following these conditions?
Subject to these conditions on the screen, yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right, with that, I'm going to, Commissioner Jana Ford.
Thank you. I think this might be Mr. Schlicht's question for you. It's getting the numbers. I'm just drawing like little diagrams of the height of the approved in the previous PDP building height and then the dome height. So if I understand, the soccer field inside the building will not house, I guess the goal is FIFA games or?
So the building, the field inside the building is FIFA regulated soccer field. So it's the full size field just like it is outside.
Okay, and so FIFA in terms of soccer is the most, has the most requirements of space, play, pitch size, et cetera.
FIFA allows us all levels of play on the side. So soccer fields can vary in size all over the place, especially age. A FIFA-regulated field then says that it can house everything from professional down.
Okay. And so what is that clear height needed to adhere to FIFA regulations?
I don't know that they have a clear height to tell you what that would be inside. I don't know I don't think there is an actual clear height to say on that side of it from inside the building.
So if that's the case, then I guess what's the reasoning for still having a 59 and a 11-inch dome height, including structure? Because I was under the impression that the reason of the height, like the tension between lowering the height of the dome was to make sure there was adequate height between the top of pitch to bottom of structure.
Right, so generic rule on a dome is that the height of the dome will be 1/3 the width of the dome. So that's how we got to the 80-foot originally, because we were 240 feet wide from footing to footing. Okay. So it's a construction engineering calculation of what that height gets to, because that creates enough air pressure to support the structure of the dome, because inside there's nothing, so it's just air supported. So when we went to the 59 foot 11 inches on the dome side of it, we increased the air pressure with additional air handlers to help support if air got released by a door opening or a puncture or something happening to it. And so the function of what structural stress force going up is needed, that's how the 5911 was created. Not related to the soccer field height, but more to the idea of, you can kind of see it, the curvature of that dome, because on the exterior side of it, you know, if it's too flat,
Right.
then it obviously isn't playable anyway. So in order to create enough space to create the right curvature to have usable space throughout the dome, that's what kind of creates that 59. It's a math equation essentially to create the stress enough or the force enough to hold that dome up.
And so you said it's a ratio of a third of the length?
Typically, so we're now under that because we've done things to increase the pressure with additional air handlers, we've increased the heat with additional heaters, we've increased the dome material to make a thicker, more structural dome. We've also added that skylight on the top to allow for more natural heat to get inside of it to reduce it, because what it is in the winter is your snow load is going to be your worst load. And so we're now under that factor of 1/3 height because of those additional things that they've done at a cost to bring the height down.
Okay. And so when you were doing the study to lower the elevation, this is what they determined as the lowest
Right.
elevation possible for this dome?
Right, so we're at the absolute bottom that we can get to of field height, maintaining the larger field outside when the dome is not there, and setting those footings right on the sidelines, and then doing everything we can do with the dome structure itself to make it absolute. This is the absolute lowest this facility can make without losing our field on the outside.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
All right, so no more questions from the commission. We're going to move on. I'm going to close public hearing and reopen the regular meeting. Is there any commission discussion on the application? I will start with you, Commissioner Frazier.
The reason behind my questions and for clarification on the visual aspect of the dome, I can say that I appreciate the developer. You guys came together and you kind of worked with the residents. I understand their perspective as well. And when I'm looking at the dome itself, you know, there are several domes in the greater Kansas City area, and some are located in residential areas as well. I think we really have to look and listen to the residents in that particular area. That being said, there's a trade-off, if you will, between the dome, which I struggle with, the dome itself, which is the aesthetic aspect of it, but there's also the trade-off if you don't have the dome and they're just playing on the field, then there's the noise component of it as well that's open, if I'm understanding it well from when I played soccer. But so from the comments that I think we've heard from the residents, if one were to supersede another, I think it's the dome. And from if I'm hearing correctly, I like the development. We've got Paragon Star that's down the street. We've got Longview that's got additional pickleball courts up the street, and we've got the golf course across the street. So there are a lot of opportunities for folks to come from other parts of the metropolitan area. I do think there is such a thing as the multiplier effect that we talk about, that, you know, if folks are coming from, you know, Lewisburg, Kansas, or that sort of thing, then they're going to come to Lee Summit and spend money in Lee Summit. That is important as well. So I'm not anti-development. I think this is great, but I think we need to find a medium, if you would, to incorporate the issues that have been shown here or commented on here from the residents. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Commissioner Frazier. Commissioner Grono.
Am I?
Thank you for putting together another presentation and taking some of the feedback that we could visualize and see those renderings. I know that wasn't easy to do. I know that had cost associated with it. And when you are going down a path of implementing something or exploring something that's new, visually being able to see it, to tell the story so everyone's on the same page, I think is really important. And I appreciate you taking that extra effort to do that. I just don't know if this is the right spot for it. I think it's a really neat concept. I think it is something that could be a very great thing. I don't know if this is the particularly right spot for it.
Thank you. Commissioner Jana Ford?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the due diligence of like kind of telling the story of where you started and where you're coming from. But I just did a quick Google search of just anywhere near us, the metro that's got a sports dome, and it's the Rollins Park Sports Dome. And just looking at, it's got a very similar layout to what we're proposing here, where you've got the soccer complex and the dome behind. And the difference is the dome is sandwiched between the facility and apartment buildings. So it's kind of going back to the same sense of scale. You know, I can't tell the topography where it's in elevation, but it just seems like it's a little bit more seamless in terms of the use. And in fact, in front of the facility are residential homes, and I think that's a better fit where the facility is more like a face or a frontage. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jasinski?
Thank you. I appreciate the developer and Mr. Schlicht and his team coming forward. My feelings from the last time in April really haven't changed much. For me, it's about not setting a precedent down the road. I'm not anti-dome. For me, it's more about the height of the dome. I think this is a great development, and at the time when I approved it, I believed that the noise of the soccer fields it was maybe a little adverse to the residents, but this is a place for children and other people to play soccer, to get outside and have sports. And I was hesitant, but I felt like this was a good use of the community. And then now you've come back and asked for something else that impacts the residents again. I think it's a step too far for me. I will be voting no for this, but again, if the developer wants to come back with another building, something else, maybe that's some option here. I don't know the cost difference. I'm sure it's great compared to the dome. I'm sure it's why you're trying to do this. But overall, I think it's a great amenity to our community as is. And I definitely look forward for it to be built and for you to open up. And I've got a lot of people in my family that love volleyball, and they've been eyeing this site for a while. So we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Benbrook?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to keep my comments into two categories because we're looking at two different things here, really. The first being the height, which is a variance to the UDO. The other being an SUP for this dome. To me, it doesn't seem like the height is the majority of the issue. We have a church across the street that in elevation is about the same height. The main building is pretty close to it when you get to the high point of the roof. So the height to me isn't really the main issue. What it comes down to is the aesthetic of the dome. And what the dome is, I think if it was a permanent structure, we wouldn't have this room full. There'd probably be two people out there if this was a permanent structure that matched the main facility. I don't know how I feel about the dome. I'm torn. As we heard testimony, they're all over the place when you get into colder regions because it's the only way they can extend their length of time on the field. Again, we've had some mild winters the last couple of years, which negates the length of the need. And, and if you're a global warming person, then the length of this thing is going to be even reduced in the future. So this area in particular is still in development. There's a lot of empty land. There's a lot of useful land. There's a lot of people looking at it. And I don't know if a dome sitting there is really good for the further development of that area. I appreciate the fact that a lot of landscaping has been proposed, that there's a lot of renderings showing that visually it's not a huge impact from any one particular home or a street. It's fairly well mitigated. But again, I don't know if it's the best thing for the area, having a dome sitting there. We've heard testimony in that no matter what color you make it, it's still a dome. No matter what you do with it, it's still a dome. I appreciate reducing the height of it. It's still a dome. I don't know if I want to open Pandora's box and put a dome in an area that's being developed. So with that being said, thank you, Chair. That's my comment, and I have no idea how I'm going to vote on this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Benbrook. I want to thank the developer for the renderings that showed the dome in the background were great. I personally don't think the dome looks bad in those renderings. However, and I agree with what's been said up here, I think what it is we've had residents speak out on this and they feel strongly about it. And this is something brand new to Lee Summit. It seems risky to me to put that right so close to residential. I'm not necessarily opposed to the dome. I just don't think this is the best location, and that's already been said tonight. And so I'm not in support of passing this. I hope you can find a building or something that's more pleasing aesthetically to the residents, but also it will still go before City Council, so they will make the final decision. But and I don't know how, I assume how everybody's going to vote, but I don't know that for sure. But with that said, I'm going to ask for Commissioner Frazier to make a motion on this application.
I move, sorry. Sorry. I move to deny approval of application, recommend denial approval of application PL 2025-249, preliminary development plan, View High Sports Complex Inflatable Soccer Dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, Engineering Solutions LLC applicant.
Before you move on, we move forward in the affirmative, and if you don't approve it, you just say no.
Got
if you
it.
don't want to move forward with it, you say no.
Okay,
So
thank
then
you.
it moves forward to council as a denial.
Okay.
But all of our motions are in the affirmative.
Apologize.
No, you're fine.
I move to recommend approval of application PL 2025-249, preliminary development plan, View High Sports Complex Inflatable Soccer Dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, Engineering Solutions LLC applicant.
Madam Chairman? Oh, we need a second, I think.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to add additional requirement. I would like to add a requirement that an independent professional land surveyor calculate, document, and affirm that this, the proposed dome does meet the 53.57 calculated height, and that shall be submitted to the city upon construction.
Okay. We need a second on that one.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, just so I'm understanding here, so we had a motion, and the original motion was seconded. And then Commissioner Trzynski made a motion to amend the original motion to require certification, should it be approved and constructed, that once constructed, the building is within the limits of the approved plan. Does that accurately reflect what you're trying to accomplish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Shannon, by an independent surveyor.
Yes. So from a procedural standpoint, you guys will vote on that amended the amendment. And then should that pass, that will go back to the original motion as amended, and then you will vote on that.
So can we get a roll call vote on the amendment, please?
Sherry Frazier.
Yes.
Dana Arth.
Yes.
Jessica Gruneau.
Yes.
Tanya Jonna Ford.
Yes.
Chip Tazinski.
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
Now can we get a roll call on the original motion, please?
Sherry Frazier.
No.
Dana Arth.
No.
Jessica Gruneau.
No.
Tanya Jonna Ford.
No.
Chip Tazinski.
No.
Randy Benbrook.
No.
All right, thank you. With that, the motion has been, it did not pass recommendation for approval. Thank you to the applicant. This was a tough one. You to the neighbors for coming to speak out on this application as well. All right, so with that, I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing in the matter of PL 2026-002, rezoning.
Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do the special.
Yeah, we will still need to do item 6B, open that public hearing and make open for comment through the public.
On the special use permit?
Yes. That'll need to move forward to council with a recommendation as well. We need to hold that public hearing as well.
Okay, so, but we've already done the presentations on that, correct?
Yes, so what you'll do is you'll open the public hearing, staff will come up and enter everything into the record just
Okay.
like normal, and then we'll stand for questions, and then you'll open up for public comment, and then you guys will make a vote on that.
Okay, and no presentation from the applicant or anything, just,
If the applicant would like to give a presentation.
okay,
They can.
all right. So, that's confusing. All right, so we're going to close the regular meeting and open the public hearing in the matter of PL 2025-241, special use permit, View High Sports Complex Inflatable Soccer Dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, Engineering Solutions LLC applicant. Would all of those who plan to give testimony on behalf of this application please stand up and be sworn in at this time?
I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, Mr. Schlicht, do you have a presentation?
Nope, we'll just carry our presentation from last time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bright.
Okay. For PL 2025-241, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 20.
Exhibit A, 1 through 20, noted and entered into the record.
I'd also like to enter into the record all of the evidence and testimony from the previous public hearing, and then I am here for any questions.
Okay. Do I need to, and I enter into the record all of the previous testimony? And then you're here for questions. So, okay, so we will move on to, do we have any, we don't have any questions for the staff or applicant. So we can skip all of this, Shannon? Just move on to the,
We need to open it up for public comment.
okay, all right. Is there anyone here who wishes to make a public comment on this special use permit application? I see none. So, no questions from the commission. So hearing no further testimony, I will close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting. And I would entertain a motion on this application.
Chair, I move to recommend approval of application PL 2025-241, special use permit, View High Sports Complex Inflatable Soccer Dome, 3301 Northwest Ashurst Drive, Engineering Solutions LLC applicant.
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote on that, please?
Sherry Frazier.
No.
Dana Arth.
No.
Jessica Greneau,
No.
Tanya Jonna Ford,
No.
Chip Tuzinski,
No.
Randy Benbrook.
No.
All right, the motion has been recommended not to be approved, and we will move on to our next application. So I will close the regular meeting and open the public hearing in the matter of PL 2026-002, rezoning from CP2 to CS and preliminary development plan for Shamrock Park Flex Space, 21 Southeast 30th Street, Matt Schlicht, Engineering Solutions applicant. Would all of those planning to speak on behalf of this application please stand up and be sworn in at this time?
I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Matt Schlicht, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. So tonight, we are moving to the south side of town. So Shamrock Business Park, just on the north side of Shamrock Golf Course. Sunbelt Rentals right out there in front, north of 150 Highway by a mile or so, north of kind of the Walmart area. The proposal is a 10,395 square foot flex space, contractor garage. There's lots of different names for them, but essentially a mixed use opportunity for people in the business park area, providing 8 available flex spaces in there. Currently, the site, I flipped that, is zoned CP2. We're proposing to rezone it to CS, which is consistent with the remainder of the business park. Originally, when that was done, it was a BP zoning of the business park, and the CS kind of became the zoning. And it's also within the M150 overlay. So as you're looking out here, Shamrock's Golf Course on the south side is that ag or public use space. Spire Energy on the east end, that is the industrial area, Sunbelt Rental, and the Engineering Solutions World headquarters right there. Future land use map shows that area as a mixed use space in commercial to the north, residential to the east, and then the park and open space where the golf is to the south side of it, sitting to the south side of eventually what will become the Hook Road interchange or whatever ends up happening in that area. So existing site, this is one of the last remaining sites in the overall business park. The business park consists of a number of different places. There's a facility to the north that is now a roofing guy, used to be a little car auto lot, a number of manufacturing places, home builders, developers, and everything kind of in that area, again with Spire Energy being kind of in the end. The proposal for the buildings is a mixture of uses of flat metal panel, corrugated metal panel, glass facades, and then the stone caps on top of the building facilities. So this would be the westerly facing side that would be facing the 150 side. This would be the north side that would be facing the existing, what used to be Lighthouse Automotive, now it's Shamrock Roofing. A mixture of the materials as classified by the UDO and the Class 1 and 2 meeting all the criteria. Easterly facing side, this would be internal to the site that would be facing to the east or towards the backside of an existing building. And then this would be the south facing side that would be facing towards the golf course. Again, individual doors for each of the units with the overhead, a mixture of use sizes. The architect did provide us more of a 3D rendering and then some sample color or samples of what the thick veneer would be from some of the brick elements that they have around some of the doors, and then the mixture of the flat metal panel versus the corrugated metal panel as it goes around the facility. The facility will access off of 30th Street, coming down and sitting kind of back in behind, basically providing protection from any visibility, with the exception of the building providing the north and the west side, and then the landscaping being provided on the south side. There are a few modifications that we're asking for. Currently it's zone CP2, which has a less restrictive setback than CS. So CS has a 20-foot setback required on all sides. We've met some of the setbacks, but on the westerly side, we're abutting the highway right-of-way and actually the outer road. So we're asking to impose a setback reduction on the westerly side. And then to the south, we're abutting the golf course, and the portion of the golf course that we're abutting is the driving range kind of leftover area, very minimally used area of the golf course, as the clubhouse and parking lot set to the south and hole 10 set to the east. So we're requesting a reduction on the south side as well. On the south side, there technically is required a high buffer screening, which requires a fence in addition to landscaping. We're asking that we reduce the fence In addition, or in compromise for that, we're adding additional landscaping along that boundary, as well as existing vegetation that is not on our property, but right there along the property line to remain as well. So it'll create a live screen between us and the golf course, and again, a very limited use portion of the golf course. And then the modification 3 is that in the M150 overlay district, there's a requirement that there be a sidewalk extension from the doors of the facility out to the public way. Inside the business park, there are very limited numbers of sidewalks, and actually on 30th Street, there are no sidewalks on this portion of it, so we're asking that that modification be granted to not require a sidewalk to nowhere. We did have a neighborhood meeting. We had no attendees and no comments. So with that, we're here for any questions.
Thank you. We're keeping you busy tonight, aren't we?
Okay. Adair Bright, Senior Planner, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 15.
Exhibit A, 1 through 15, noted and entered into the record.
The applicant is requesting approval of a rezoning from CP2, which is our Planned Community Commercial, to CS, which is our Planned Commercial Services District, and a preliminary development plan for development of an office warehouse building at 21 Southeast 30th Street. There are 3 modifications being requested, and staff analysis will be provided later within the presentation. The existing zoning is CP2, and the surrounding zoning includes Ag to the south, CP2 just to the north and a little bit to the east, and then CS kind of surrounding the rest of the business park. The property to the south is the outdoor recreation area, that Shamrock Hills Golf Club. To the north is the construction contractor, and across Southeast 30th are various business offices. And then the proposed, or to the west is the old M291 highway, and then east are just more business offices. The proposed land use is compatible with the existing offices and the industrial uses within that Shamrock Park subdivision. The future land use map designates the subject property as being mixed use, which calls for a mixed commercial area that can contain industrial land uses or various offices. The proposed development supports the resilient economy focus area, which is intended to stimulate continued economic development interest and investment by the private sector. The proposed building will be 10,395 square feet and consist of 8 different tenant spaces. The project will be accessed off of 30th Street. The applicant is proposing 10 standard stalls and 1 ADA stall, which meet the standards outlined in the UDO for the warehouse transfer and storage land use parking. A neighborhood meeting was held on February 4th, 2026, and 0 members of the public attended. The elevations were reviewed under the recently adopted architecture and building design requirements. As an industrial building, the UDO requires that primary facades, which are those facing public or private streets, contain 3 different Class 1 or 2 building materials comprising at least 25% of that said facade. The applicant is proposing flat metal panels, corrugated metal panels, clear glass, and brick veneer to meet that requirement. The UDO does not contain minimum requirements for secondary facades, but the applicant is proposing a continuation of the previously mentioned materials. All building design standards are being met with the proposed building. The applicant is requesting approval of a modification to waive the requirement to provide walkways to and between adjacent land uses as outlined in the M150 CDO. Staff is supportive of the requested modification as the adjacent land uses and developments don't contain walkways. The subject subdivision was developed prior to adoption of the M150 CDO, so many of the properties do not implement the site design standards identified in the overlay district, and the proposed development is compatible with the existing character of the area. The applicant is also requesting approval of a modification to reduce the required setbacks within that CS district. The proposed west setback is shown at 15 feet. North is 14 feet, and to the south is 10 feet. Staff is supportive of the requested modification as the development plan continues to meet landscaping requirements despite the reduced setbacks, ensuring that the intent of the code's buffering and screening standards are being maintained. The last modification being requested is to install a medium impact buffer with additional evergreens in lieu of a wall, fence, or berm along that southern property line. Staff is supportive of the requested modification. The installation of the medium impact buffer along with the additional evergreens meets the intent of the code by providing a wall of landscaping that will maintain year-round buffering and screening. With the conditions of approval shown here, the application meets the requirements of the UDO and the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan, and I am here for any questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bright. Do we have any questions? I'm going to start with Commissioner Frazier. Do you have any questions for staff or applicant?
Can you bring up slide, I think it's 3, that shows the south side? I think the setback there was 10, the request is 10? Excuse me, 9, with the red.
Oh, with the buffer.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So in lieu of a fence or wall, there are trees, right? And it says medium impact, so taller trees.
So our buffering standards are broken into high impact, medium impact, and low impact. The high impact buffer is shown as the requirement. That's that fence or wall with the combination of a low impact buffer. Those are broken in 2 different screening types, and it basically says you need to have 3 trees for every 500 square feet of land area within this buffer. The applicant is proposing to meet those medium buffering requirements.
And that butts up against the parking lot, right? I think you.
Yes, it was the driving range and just the kind of unutilized area of the golf course.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gruno. Commissioner Jana Ford.
Yes. Miss Bright. Can you just walk through real quickly again, sorry, the CP2, like what houses CP2, or like what's housed under CP2, and what's the difference between CP2 to now CS? Just because one of the diagrams you showed, that little lot that this proposed development, slide 4 actually, is perfect. Actually, no, I'm looking for the one that's got the whole, slide 3. So we're looking to change that entire area in red to CP or CS?
We're looking to rezone the area with the black border.
Okay. And so what's the distinction from CP2 to CS that needs this one to be rezoned?
The biggest distinction would be the actual land use category being proposed, so that office warehouse land use.
Okay, and CP2 would still qualify for the building up north? Or are they grandfathered in? I'm just trying to get a lay for the land of like why that little chunk is different versus everything else is CS.
So the building to the north, this one here, construction contractor, that isn't allowed use within that CP2 district. The office warehouse is not.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
All right, Dare. Madam Chairman, okay, you can stay there. Got a question for you. And you're probably going to hate me for this. I know Shannon probably will. What are the setbacks on parcel 101 and parcel 51 from the property line? And the reason I ask that is because, as we all know, golf courses, and this one in particular, there may be redevelopment of this golf course down the road. And so I'm a little concerned with a lesser setback on this parcel when we have 2 parcels just adjacent to it that are going to abut this parcel, the golf course, that may be set back properly, and then this one is not. So are the other 2 parcels set back appropriately?
I can check and see. I don't know if Shannon has it pulled up. I don't know their setbacks off the top of my head.
So if possible, and I may make an amendment to this if it's okay, if the city agrees, but could we swap the 14-foot setback on the north to be 10, and if it can work engineering-wise, put that additional 4 feet at the bottom, or come as close as we can to potentially get that setback right. So reduce the setback on the north side and increase it on south.
So before Matt jumps in there, both 51 and 101 have roughly a 20-foot setback to the property line.
Okay.
So the reason we can't go any closer on the north side is we're set back from a sanitary sewer main. And so we actually did that reduction as much as we could to create what we could on the south side of Bacon at that point.
Well, yeah, and that's where I really feel bad giving you a setback that's less than what the adjacent parcels, understanding that I know something may happen with Shamrock Golf Course down the road. So I'll have to deliberate that myself. So that's a concern.
The only comment I would have to that is in CP2 zoning, 10-foot would be my setback. So my zoning currently, I meet setback, but because we're required to switch the zoning for the use, it becomes 20.
Okay.
So that was our piece.
So then the question for the city is why are the other CSs? Is that just the way that those developers wanted 20 foot? Is that?
Yeah, so at the time of the zoning, that was the proposed uses fit into that, and then when we went to the UDO, it converted over from the previous zoning to that CS. That CS is kind of is an industrial zoning district that's less intense than our PI, so it's a good middle ground between CP2 and PI.
And Mr. Schlicht, is there any, would a 20-foot setback be prohibitive on this site for what you're wanting to do? Would it make something change that you couldn't get the right square footages? You couldn't, like I said, I just have a feeling that Shamrock Golf Course is going to redevelop, and I'd love to see a consistent setback on that south side of that parcel. And then that way, if it does come in homes or mixed use or something, you have a proper setback, on that side. And then when someone buys it or whatever, it's property on both sides. I mean.
Yeah, so the reason for the setback reduction was just the fact that the site is a small site. And so in order to try to maximize what could be built on the site, the setbacks themselves, and I put it in my modification letter, I don't think I printed, creates such a reduction in buildable square footage. That's where we got to. So yeah, the reduction of 20 feet would reduce the ability of this building by 10 feet onto that side of it, for that small little portion of that side.
Okay. And then also, so while you're up here, another question I have for you is, are these going to be the kind of like work and play, like people could have the theater in there, they could have their, their cars in a bar? Is that kind of what you're anticipating, like they did over there off of 470?
Yeah, so I think there's becoming a variety of these contractor garage options of what the developer's intent is for use. So I think that we're building one, or having a developer's building one that we designed up off of Decker right now that's going to end up becoming more of a contractor driven. They're bigger bays, they're bigger buildings, bigger doors, allowing for potentially more of a contractor type use. There's one across the street from that I think was more thought of as like a think lab, trying to do more of an office space, so smaller sites, smaller buildings on that side. This one I think is intended to come in, and the developer's here, he can speak for himself too, but I think his intention when we kind of talked through it was the idea of you have a man cave, you have a guy with a car, you have a guy with whatever it is, less probably business type use, still allowing some of those to come in. But if you start to look at those list of uses we're saying is, an internet salesperson. So maybe you're putting a warehousing stuff and storing it so you can go mail it. You're not bringing people here. Less likely this is the contractor type, but more likely this is the guy with some fancy cars or toys that he wants to put in there is our thought. So
I saw the Corvette on the.
Yes.
Yeah. I figured that's what it was. Okay, I'll have to just think about the setback issue, but thank you, Darren. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm done.
Commissioner Benbrook?
Yes, thank you. Let's bring that slide back. Sorry. You were perfect. Okay. What's the required parking here? 10 stalls?
Mm-hmm.
1 ADA, 2 ADA?
1 ADA.
Okay. How does this parking work if we're parking in front of garage doors?
The intent is for the parking stalls in front of the garage bays, and the applicant can correct me, would be relative to those garage bays themselves.
So they'll be assigned?
Yeah, so again, in thinking through the users, this is not a public welcome type place. So you are coming as the tenant or a friend of the tenant, and you're parking in front of your assigned space or in your garage. You're taking out whatever vehicle you have in that garage, or what are you maybe viewing in there and doing that in that garage with your space. So again, none of these uses are intended to have a public element where they will be coming to the site other than the user or invited guest of that person to that side of it.
Okay, so
So
are
you
we
got some-
saying that the one with ADA parking is going to be the ADA unit? Is that what we're saying here?
Correct.
Okay.
So he'll have an inside the garage type parking space, and then that would be, I mean, so we're at 10, so we're technically, we have 2 extra spaces that are floating. You know, there's 8 units, so everyone's going to be assigned one, and we'll have a floating one of a guest and one of an ADA.
So I'm gonna ask you another question, and I don't know the answer to this, so maybe we could discover it together. So instead of stairs there, are you gonna have an elevator inside? Since it's gonna be determined as an ADA unit with the ADA required parking?
So nothing has to have an elevated mezzanine or anything else in there. It's all just slab-on grade stuff. So you'd have the option of building some mezzanine space or something inside there, but you could just, if you were using a space in there, there wouldn't be an elevator. It would just be you'd keep it on one single floor.
So it's up to the end user if they want to build it out to make it what they need it to be, is what you're
Correct.
telling
Each
me.
will be individually built to the tenant.
So if they build a restroom, it's up to them if it's going to be ADA or not. If they want a second mezzanine, it's up to them whether they're going to put a lift in.
Correct. Each site will be plumbed, so they'll have the ability to have the water and sanitary sewer. They'll have gas and electric available, and then there'll be an internal just heater overall just to heat the shell space while it's open, and then once it closed, then they'll all become individual, whatever they want.
Okay. Have we, I'm just looking at this parking, it seems a little tight. Have we done any kind of turnaround analysis as far as cars coming in and flipping around, large truck, not large trucks like semi-trucks, but like large F-350, since, you know, these car guys are souping up these diesels and making them as large as they possibly can nowadays?
Yeah, so that's where we've limited on the contractor side of it. The limitation is vehicle cars, you know, so by the time we get to box trucks or bigger trucks or trailers, we're out of that side of it from what you can fit in. You can't turn around that side of it. So it'd be something, yes, we can turn around so it's a wider width from the parking in here to get a little bit wider than a standard opening area, but it is limited to what you'd have, and that's why we're going to pick tenants.
Okay.
Less with the larger vehicle size, understanding what's coming.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Any more questions from the commission? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support or opposition of this application? Ms. Giddings? She needs to be sworn in.
I just have a couple quick questions. I really didn't study up on this one, but the map, one of the maps shows that the parcel to the north appears to have a larger setback line than what this property is going to have to the outer road. And the only reason I say something about that is that that outer road may have to be expanded at some time. And the other thing is that I agree about the Shamrock Golf Course, that the property line needs to be consistent for further development. I'm trying to think the last thing. Oh, you're talking about having parties and things in this. Do each of these individual units have to be regulated for alcohol use or age restrictions? How is that all done? Is it all totally up to the individual who rents these units to have the say about what happens inside these units? I'm just thinking of a parent owning a space and teenage graduations or spring break parties, or, you know, does that come back, and have the police have any issues with that in the past? You mentioned something may have been developed like this already. I'd be interested to hear if there have been any safety concerns with this kind of development going in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments or questions or concerns? It looks like we don't have any additional questions from the commission. Okay. Mr. Schlicht, would you like to respond to any of Ms. Giddings' comments or any?
No, we're good, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting. Is there any commission discussion on this application? Commissioner Trzynski?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I like the idea of the development. I think it's kind of cool. I wish I had cars that I could have lifts and have a place where I could display them and change oil and work on whatever. My My just concern is really the setback, and so I wanted to ask this commission, people can weigh in if they'd like, or Madam Chairman, if you allow it. I'd like to just know what everyone's thoughts are on that setback, if they like the 10-foot setback, or if they would rather see a larger setback that matches, because like I said, I just have a feeling as Lee Summit continues to grow, that area, in the future, there's going to be a new interchange, potentially at some point at Hook. Nothing's better than a big old golf course that may want to sell and redevelop into something. I just look at down the road, what could happen along that property line, and I really would hate to, well, I guess it's a person's choice if they decide to buy that lot or whatever. But I just would like to know what the rest of the commission thinks about that setback, and if that's something that anyone would be interested in hearing a motion for.
Commissioner Benbrook, do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, I will share my opinion. We all know I'm never short of opinion. I am a little concerned about that, and not just for future development, but what if, we see green fees shooting up all over the place. What if Shamrock gets an investor and wants to build a clubhouse and they choose that corner? And then there's an issue with the setback being tight there that we've allowed. So I'm a little concerned about that, especially since it doesn't match up to any of the other setbacks along that property line. I do feel like it should be consistent along there, just for to respect the owner from Shamrock Golf Course. They're not here to speak on this matter, and I don't know if they even know that we're considering this at this point, but it does impact them quite a bit. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'm not so concerned about the setback toward the frontage road, I heard. All in all, to be honest, I really like this style and this type of project. I think it's fantastic. I know they're shooting up all over the place, and it's hard to get a lease on them because people love them. So I really enjoy knowing that a facility like that is going in there, but I do have a concern about that adjoining setback.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jana Ford?
Thank you, Chair. I guess the question would be, would we still be concerned if it was remaining CP2 with the minimum setback as 10? It's a devil's advocate right here, though.
I mean, in my opinion, Madam Chairman, my opinion is, yeah, I'd be considered if it was, it would be within the guidelines. I probably wouldn't really have much to say about it, but now that it's been asked to do something different, I figure we should probably try to make it match. I don't, that's my thoughts, I'm not trying to sway anyone else on the commission. You can all vote how you feel, but that was just the way I was thinking. I just wanted to get your thoughts.
If I could chime in, I believe testimony's been given that this building use would not be allowed on CP2. So they couldn't build it as it's currently zoned. They're having to rezone it to build it, and then they're wanting or requesting an alteration of the setback so they can have the best of both worlds.
But it exists that way today. So someone could go and build exactly the way it is today that would fit within the current zoning of it. So
to provide a little clarification,
Yeah.
and kind of chime in here. So you are correct. The current zoning of CP2 would allow for a CP2 structure or a CP2 use to be built there with a 10-foot setback as the current existing. So what they're proposing is a reduced setback for CS, but it still is an increase over what is currently allowed. So say a hypothetical, someone wants to come in and build an office building or some other CS type use or CP2 type use that's allowed there, it could be a 10-foot setback.
But not for this type of development.
Not for this use, no.
Commissioner Grona, do you want to weigh in on the setback?
I get it. I understand. But here's a developer who's willing to come to the table to put something that we all really enjoy and like and think that it would be a good addition into the community, into the area. And I have enough confidence in developers and our city and our staff that we would figure out how to make that development work if something happens with Shamrock. So I think you kind of have to look at what you have in front of you today and make decisions on it, and not necessarily, and I appreciate what you're saying of thinking forward, but you got someone here in front of you today. So that's kind of how I feel about it.
Okay. Commissioner Frazier?
Two things for me. Based on past experience, I mean, we're here today, and I struggle with coming down with something that may or may not happen in the future. That's my first comment. My second comment is I take offense to the fact that we're talking about a man cave and not a she shed. So.
I would like to modify my comment to man cave or she shed, or they shed, either one.
I know, right.
So, Madam Chairman, thanks. I guess if I could say one thing to Commissioner down there is they can do this development here if they made their building smaller to have the setback. So that's where it's kind of like, okay, like Randy said, you're trying to get the best of both worlds. You want this zoning. We like the product. Is how do we move forward with this? And that's why I really wanted to just feel what the commission said. And then I'll make my vote, based on when it comes to time. So thank you very much.
If I can just chime in, sorry. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but it's like in design school or just any kind of thing that you set your mind to, there's always 3 different qualities that you want to try obtain. It's like quality, cost, and time or something. And so it's like trying to find the middle. So we could ask to adjust the 10-foot setback, but then it's could potentially doing undue hardship to the developer or the future plan. But then it's also on this side, it's like how far down the road are we wanting to think of the what ifs before we get lost and tangled and we're like, well, this doesn't work anymore. So I think it's trying to find a little bit of future development, what's here, and what kind of concessions do we have to make. So nothing that we ever get presented is done exactly the way it is. So that's my sense.
And fortunately, this developer has brought a real nice buffer plan to it. So, that's a saving grace there. They are trying to do something there. It was just something I wanted to find out what everyone else was feeling. Thank you.
Okay. Then I will ask for a motion.
Chair, I move to recommend approval of application.
I'm sorry. I need to close the public hearing.
And I was going to read
The public hearing's already closed. You are in comment section, so you
I
can go
did
straight
do
to
it
that
already.
motion.
We've talked about this so long, I forgot where we were. Okay, all right, so we are ready to do that.
I move to recommend approval of application PL 2026-002, rezoning from CP2 to CS and preliminary development plan for contractor garage flex space, 21 Southeast 30th Street, Matt Schlicht, Engineering Solutions applicant.
Second.
Okay, we have 2 seconds. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Frazier,
Yes.
Dana Arp,
Yes.
Jessica Greneau,
Yes.
Tanya Jonna Ford,
Yes.
Chip Tazinski,
Yes.
Randy Benbrook.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you. I will now close the regular meeting and open the public hearing in the matter of PL 2025-338 and PL 2025-339 preliminary development plan and special use permit for a convalescent nursing or retirement home, Lee Summit Senior Community, 5101 Northeast Lakewood Way, Lee Summit Senior Living Community, LLC applicant. And I think everyone's standing up to be sworn in. Anyone who's wishing to speak on this application, please stand up at this time.
I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
If you would state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name's Eric Wallish, 9100 West 158th Street, Overland Park, Kansas. And being the middle kid between two sisters, I saw that she shed comment coming. So I click on this, I assume, here to pull this up. There we go. Well, Commissioner and Chairman, thank you for having us. I'm with O'Reilly Development. We also have SWD Architects here, as well as our senior living management company, Aero Senior Living, out of St. Charles, Missouri. We were founded in 2013 by Pat O'Reilly and Denise Hines, two partners. We're headquartered in Springfield, Missouri, or as you say, Missouri. We develop senior housing, multifamily, affordable housing, and historic projects. We've developed over 30 projects in what we like to call the lower Midwest, which is Missouri, Arkansas, and Kansas. We are pursuing new projects in addition to this in Nebraska, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and Tennessee. What we are proposing is what's called a continuing care retirement community, otherwise known as a CCRC. So the full continuum of care, independent living, assisted living, and memory care. So this is the site essentially at the northeast quadrant of Lakewood Way and Boland Road. You may be familiar with our project called the Princeton, which is at 1701 Southeast Oldham Parkway. That's been open for about 4 or 5 years. Certainly, if you would like to tour it, we could get that set up. We've had 2 pre-application meetings, and doing this across the United States, and I want to give you a compliment. Very efficient process. You get 30 minutes, bang it out, very restricted, very tight, and we've worked with Grant White, Hector Soto, and Amanda Bagwell, because one of the there's a little bit of hair on this site. One is we need to grant a 15-foot wide easement down Lakewood for a water line. And then we also have pretty significant topo from the north boundary down to that basin, which was designed to sheet flow basically all the land surrounding this development. So what we're proposing is about 172 units plus 15 villas. And when we say units, it's a little bit different than, say, a multifamily project, because it's a combination of what we would call units, the independent living, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and then the assisted living or memory care. And then the villas are essentially slab on grade surrounding the structure that we would like to refer to it as the mothership that would be on the northern boundary. The entire acreage is 11.74 acres. Building is about 170,000 square feet, and the height is 39 feet to the midpoint or the ridge. We do have a certificate of need, which we are required to have in Missouri for the assisted living and memory care beds. We are not required to have that on the independent living. If I could put my marketing hat on, the benefits of this project, this parcel is going to be developed. We're under contract with John Evans, who's owned the property probably for 30 years. He actually designed the lake not only for aesthetic reasons, but to detain all of the sheet flow coming from the 22 or so acres surrounding the parcel. One of the benefits of senior housing in general, other than just the low traffic impact, one of the lowest traffic impacts for any residential use, is that it frees up housing for younger generations. And it allows residents of Lee's Summit to remain in the community near their adult children and then corresponding grandchildren. It creates about 450 construction jobs. Obviously, those aren't permanent, but there are, depending on the size of the property, we create about 55 to 75 full-time equivalents. We're not Amazon, but it's an annual salary total of about $3 million. And certainly no negative impact on the school system, although our residents will definitely volunteer in the school system, especially if their grandchildren are in the school system. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our architect, Tim Wilson, to kind of get more in the weeds of the actual design. And when we met with planning, we have a slide in here that not only shows our development, but how it relates to the remaining land that John Evans owns that we are not acquiring. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Wilson, SWD Architects, 315 Nichols Road, Suite 228, Kansas City, Missouri, 64112. We are the architect for this site for O'Reilly Development, and as Eric already explained, we have a combination of villa units and then also the independent living portion of the project, the assisted living portion, and the memory care portion of the project. And as Eric also alluded to, we have about 45 feet of fall coming across the site this way. So the way we've approached the design on this project is, since this is our highest part here and the lowest part here, just taking into consideration also the neighbors back here, what we're abutting to, the single-family homes, we've concentrated our villas up here in the northwest corner. So we've got 5 buildings with 3 villa units apiece in those. These each have a 2-car garage associated with them. They're a 2-bedroom unit. And we're using these up here to also help step the grade, help absorb some of that grade as we come down, because when we get down here, this becomes a very large footprint that we want to keep as level as we can. And what we've done here to accommodate that is, as you would come in here into the main entry, we're doing a shared entry here between our independent living, which is on the south down here, and our assisted living. The memory care will have its own entry up here on the north side of the building, but the assisted living portion of the building will be 2 stories high. The memory care portion is a single-story building. And then the independent living will be 2 stories coming across here, and this wing here will be 2 stories. So all this from the street out here, Lakewood Way, will be 2 stories high and single-story up here where we have the villas. When we get down here, we actually have a retaining wall that's built into the basement of this building here at this point. So on the south side, this gives us 3 stories here. We drop this down approximately 11.5 feet and help reduce more of that grade change and reduce the amount of retaining walls we need around the site. And we keep all of our independent living down here. We've got a couple units right here that face into this portion of the independent living, but this also then maximizes the amount of units that will look down onto the lake and be able to have that nice view there. We'll go to the next slide here. Yeah, it's kind of tough to see here, but there's actually a 20-foot landscape buffer that comes across here between us and the neighbors. And I'm sorry, I thought somebody said something. We've got a 20-foot landscape buffer through here, and this is going to be a combination of berms and landscaping, and then where the grade doesn't allow for the berms, we've got the fencing and the landscaping per the requirements. At our neighborhood meeting, there was a request from several of the residents down here that we actually stop the landscape buffer at this point here so that they could still maintain their views down here of the pond, which we've done. And then also from a delivery standpoint and access standpoint to the site, we come around back here. This will be where our commercial kitchen is located in the property back here. So we've got a drive here where the trucks can come in. We've got our trash enclosure here. And one of the other comments that came up in the neighborhood meeting was sound. So to help mitigate that, you won't see it on this drawing. It's actually on our PDP drawings that we submitted. We are proposing a sound fence here, a vinyl sound fence to help absorb that sound and help with this residents right here that are in that higher traffic area for deliveries on the project. From a material standpoint, it would be similar to the Princeton project that was up there earlier. We're looking at a faux stone brick around the entries and a combination of cement board siding and a board and bat and lap applications throughout the project. This would be the memory care, which would be the single story. This would be the 3-story portion of the IL, the 2-story portion of the IL. And it's a four-sided design. These materials continue around the building all the way around. It's a very large amount of elevations, so we just included a piece here, but in the PDP set of drawings, we've got all of the elevations shown in there. And then this is just a representation. These are the same villa units that we're proposing for this project that we did a project down in Wichita for O'Reilly as well. This being the front side of those villas, and this being the back side back here. So on the back side, they each have a little covered patio that's a portion of that. And these are just some interior shots of a typical project. I believe this was our project in St. Peter's. The dining areas, the living areas. This is a typical resident unit here. Again, the entry lobby here and living area, living space area. And with that, I will turn it over to Tim Moore with Arrow Senior Living, who is the operator for the facilities.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. Appreciate your opportunity to meet with you tonight. I wanted to explain a little bit about who Arrow Senior Living is and why the need for this community. There's an unmet need currently in Jackson County of 969 licensed beds. In fact, across the greater Kansas City metro area, it is underserved. In fact, Kansas City is one of the most underserved in the senior living needs in the United States. There are currently more leads than there are apartments. There are other types of communities similar to ours, but many of them are buy-in, and we are not a buy-in company. So it is a different advantage for residents. One of the things that Arrow works closely with the company called EmpowerMe and Inspirin is on hospitalization rates. So with our partnership with Inspirin, EmpowerMe, and our fall detection camera technology that we use, we actually are leading in the United States in hospitalization rate at a minus 56% rate year over year. And that also includes a 19% decrease in emergency department visits. It allows us to, with the fall detection that we use with Inspirin, it allows us to actually triage when we have incidents in our communities. By enhancing and adding this community, it's going to enhance the senior living for our residents' well-beings. This particular community offers a pool, outdoor spaces, fitness center, crafting center, resident programs, fitness classes, chair volleyball. Our seniors across all of our communities, we have 40-plus communities across 7 states. We've recently introduced chair volleyball. They name their teams, and they are extremely competitive. So I would definitely invite you, if you choose to tour the Princeton, let's go on a chair volleyball day, because it will. I'm sure that they will challenge you to a rousing game of chair volleyball. Again, the Princeton Senior Living, again, we would love to have you come visit if you so would choose. Again, back to the comment about the underserved area. Arrow Senior Living currently manages 6 other communities in the Kansas City market alone, and we're averaging a 92 to 94% occupancy rate in all of those. And that includes a recent community that we just partnered with O'Reilly that opened out on Berry Road in the north. Some additional pictures. The Princeton currently is a Joint Commission accredited, so that is one of the highest accreditations that you can receive. Actually, one of our communities in Ohio was one of the first ever assisted livings to be accredited by the Joint Commission. Joint Commission typically is for a hospital organization, but several years ago, they did open it up to hospital and skilled, they did open it up to the assisted living. So we are very proud that the current community in Lee Summit at Princeton is Joint Commission accredited in both our assisted living as well as our memory care. We are a great place to work and live according to the U.S. News and World Report. And then we are a very highly active, digitally engaged resident base. We have some team members that have developed an app that we use in our communities, as well as we've partnered with another group to have an app that we call the Arrow app, so the seniors are able to engage both with our staff, community events, as well as loved ones. Again, mentioned the Great Place to Work. Princeton has been certified Great Place to Work since 2022. And Eric mentioned the community impact, and he mentioned that there's little community impact from having this community. I would challenge that we have a great community impact. We love intergenerational events. We invite the school systems into our communities on a regular basis, as well as our residents, and you can see from these slides, spend significant amount of time in the school systems. We do a book donation every year in February for Black History Month. We have all kinds of traditions that, again, are very intergenerational, and we feel that our residents' quality of life continues to grow because of that. And then just wrapping up, there's a rousing game of beach volleyball. And again, visit any of our communities and they will quickly challenge you. So they have their own T-shirts for beach volleyball. These are two of our communities here in the Kansas City market. The green is the Princeton, and the Madison is in the blue as well. Madison is in Kansas City, Missouri. They love their events, and give them any reason to dress up and they will gladly take it. But again, Arrow Senior Living and O'Reilly are working very diligently to make sure that our continuum of care process is making lives better for all the residents in the United States.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Soto, you're up next.
Good evening, Hector Soto Jr., Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the, I'll stop. So this application, it's kind of two applications joined at the hip. So there's a preliminary development plan, which I'll enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 19. And then for the special use permit, I'm entering to the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 18.
Please enter Exhibit A 1 through 19 and Exhibit A 1 through 18 into the record.
So the application before you has, as the applicant has gone over, and I just stated here, it's kind of two-prong for a continuum of care facility. In total, the site, if you were to include the detention basin, is about 17 acres. The facility for the senior living portion of the development is just under 11 acres, as has been alluded to. The request that the applicant has made is for a special use permit being granted for a period of 40 years, and there is a modification, a partial modification, that's being sought to the high impact landscape buffer that the applicant touched on a little bit, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail in a bit. So to those that aren't necessarily as acquainted with the site, northeast corner of Lakewood Way and Bolin Road, the most distinguishing feature that most people probably would recognize the piece of property is by that large existing pond that sits right there off the highway. The area is surrounded on two sides by residential zoning. There's the existing Ridgewood Hills subdivision immediately to the north. The Blue Springs Lake property also zoned residential, but again, it's a lake property and campground. To the south, we do have, that quadrant is anchored by a convenience store and some additional retail office uses a little bit farther south. Lakewood Oaks Golf Course on the northwest corner of the quadrant, and some additional commercial uses on that southwest side of the quadrant. In total, the building, the facility, including the villas, is going to be a little bit under 200,000 total square feet. As the applicant had mentioned, the height of the product as you make your way across the site will vary from one story to 3-story. As has been alluded to, we're looking at just about under 50 feet of fall when you work your way from the northeast corner of the site out here all the way down to about the surface level of the pond. There's roughly about 50 feet of fall as we make our way from northwest down to southeast. The modification, the partial modification, just to be a little more clear, that is being requested is done so at the behest of some adjacent property owners. So during the course of the neighborhood meetings, it was expressed by the owners of property here down at the cul-de-sac that sits at the far eastern edge of the development. There was a request to not include any landscaping in that area. The home here, so if you can follow where the pointer is, this will affect 2 properties. So the first property, the western of the 2 properties, the western side, there is already an existing fence along the rear of that property. And if you were to see a little bit zoomed in, here, there's already a bit of vegetation, some trees along the rear of it. So it's a little bit hard to see here that there is a fence, but you can make out that there in fact is already a fence back there and some vegetation. The home at the very end, the eastern of the 2 lots, does not have a home, does not have a fence along the rear of the property. And it was a request of these 2 property owners not to add any fence of any kind where none exists on the east lot, and no additional landscaping along the western one where there already is a fence. So they were just looking to preserve the existing fence that they have and just request no additional landscaping. Part of the reason that was given was they would like to maintain some of those vistas from their property. If I were to zoom in on this one, just to kind of illustrate a little bit like where those 2 lots sit relative to the rest of the property, those 2 lots are going to sit closest to the pond, which will be open area. The 3-story structures here are going to be somewhere around 100, they sit about 130 feet or so from the property line. So this 3-story component that makes up the independent living apartments does sit quite a fair distance away from the nearest property line, which would actually be here, where there will be a combination of landscaping and fence and or berm to provide that buffer between the residential and the proposed continuum of care living facility. So historically, staff has been supportive when adjoining residents have expressed a desire not to have a buffer. We've honored that request and have reflected those requests in our recommendation. Historically, the Planning Commission and City Council have also, in deference to their requests, granted modifications to allow that. So again, this is just a partial modification. You can see here that on the landscaping plan that they are otherwise providing landscaping with berm or fencing along the rest of the common property line that's shared between the Ridgewood Hills subdivision and the proposed senior living facility. The color elevations here, I'll try to kind of sync up a little bit with kind of the color-coded overview of the site. The 2 building types that are shown kind of in shades of yellow, you've got kind of a more of a a marigold color here on that far northwestern edge of the property. Again, these will all be the single-story buildings, and as you transition to the main building, at the far north corner, I guess what we call the northeast corner, it's kind of more of a sun-drop yellow shade, a little bit lighter. That's to denote the memory care facility, which will also be single-story. So anything in the shade of yellow is going to be single-story, which all lies closest to the single-family residential. As you start transitioning kind of here to kind of a more of a sorbet color, that's going to be the two-story building. Then you've got a little bit more of kind of the ruby color here that is going to be primarily 3 stories in height, but as the applicant mentioned, when you get a little bit closer to the face of it, closest to the Lakewood Way, there will be kind of a 2-story, 3-story transition point. Like I mentioned, this site of the larger building is going to sit significantly lower than the northern portion of the site. So they're taking advantage of that loss of elevation to increase some of their building height and not to make for such an imposing structure just because of the effective height that you're losing as the topography slopes from northwest to southeast. So here, kind of outlined in yellow to kind of correspond with those the building heights. So the first image here at the bottom would be the elevations for the villas, and then the other 2 images to the north or above those would be different vantage points of the memory care building. This image here at the top would be the vantage point of the memory care facility along what we'll call the northwest face of that building. This facade here would be the portion to be visible on that northeast side that would be directly facing the residential. So here again, kind of color-coded, kind of in that sorbet color, there's going to be, that's going to be made up of the 2-story assisted living component. You can see here where at the far left side of this image, it transitions where it connects to the memory care facility. So this would be looking in this direction. You've got the transition point between memory care single story out to the 2-story assisted living. And then outlined in red would be the vantage points and the elevations for the 3-story components. So the image here at the top is a little bit more of a pulled out view of what this main entrance vantage point is going to look like. So this canopy drop off area is going to sit recessed around anchoring a circle drive. And then these portions here that you could see, the assisted living 2-story and transitioning from a 2 to 3-story here would be the ends of these 2 buildings. So this would be kind of looking down a little bit of that corridor where there would be some parking in front of it. The larger image here is kind of a pulled out view of what that northwest image will look like with memory care facility closest to the single family residential and transitioning to that 2-story assisted living that will run parallel to the villas that will sit to the north and to the west. So the Ignite Comprehensive Plan shows this area is commercial. It's reflective of the existing zoning of that commercial property, which has existed as commercially zoned property since 1969, but as to this date, as you can see, has remained undeveloped. The UDO allows for a full range of uses in commercial, which could be anything from low-intensity office uses to high-intensity, high-turnover restaurants with drive-throughs and convenience stores, actually, as well. But in our residential component of the UDO, it also includes these types of facilities to be located on commercial property. So it just so happens that in this piece of property with commercial zoning, you could have something, like I mentioned, as low intense as a professional office to something that's really high turnover, high traffic generator like a C-store, but also does make allowance and a carve out for certain convalescent, retirement home, senior living facilities. A couple things that I can tag on to a little bit of what the applicant had mentioned in terms of the demand that appears to be throughout the metro and Lee Summit as well as our Ignite Comprehensive Plan also called out that over between 2020 and 2024, the cohort of the senior population of 65 plus is expected to increase in Lee Summit by 90%. So there is a demonstrated need that this type of use would satisfy in meeting that demand as well as meeting some of the goals and objectives that are identified in that comprehensive plan. There was a neighborhood meeting that was held toward the end of 2025. Some of the items that were discussed would include some off-site concerns or just points in terms of just traffic along Lakewood Way and the I-470 ramps. There were some concerns regarding the noise that could be generated from the trash dumpsters being located at that north end. We've not been provided any necessarily information as to, from an operational standpoint, what the intent is by the applicant in terms of any designated hours in which they could service it. So if there are any questions on that, I'll have to defer to the applicant there. Just one thing I will mention that because we are in proximity to residential development to the north, that any noise that's generated, be it from dumpsters or any other activity that occurs on the site, is going to be subject to our noise ordinances. And between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., there are maximum decibel levels that are capped at 50 decibels when measured at the point where the residential use or the receiving property meets that from the site that is being generated. So that's something that, should there be any kind of concerns, the noise ordinance regulation would kick in, again, between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. would be 50 decibel levels. Other times of the day, they would go up to 55 decibel levels. And just to give a reference point, 60 to 65 decibel levels is about speaking level. So the set of approval conditions are broken out here on this screen because there are essentially two things, right? We mentioned there's a preliminary development plan component, which if adopted, will be adopted under one ordinance, and the special use permit would be adopted under a second related ordinance. So the conditions of approval that staff is recommending for the PDP are the two outlined here, which is inclusive of that modification request to allow for the applicant not to provide some landscaping where requested by the applicants or adjoining neighbors. And the second ordinance is going to have a recommended special use permit time period of, well, that says 20, yeah, that's a typo. It'll be 40 years. 40 years is the applicant brought up that they also operate or developed the Princeton, they're off of Oldham. At the time that the Princeton was approved back in 2019, a 40-year time period was approved for that one as well. In doing some research on that facility, in that time, there's been no zoning violation complaints, and that development also backs up to a single-family residential subdivision. That'd be the Princeton Hills subdivision, and we've not had any issues that have been brought up by anyone. So with that, I'll yield to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Hector. All right, I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Frazier. Do you have any questions for the staff or applicant?
Is there access to the detention basin, or is it fenced? Is there a barrier around that?
There currently is not, and based on the plans that have been provided, there's no intent at this time to put a fence around it.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Grono? Commissioner Jana Ford?
Thank you, Chair. We don't by chance have an elevation or a section from the northwest down to the southeast, do we? Because
we do not.
It's nice to talk about the elevation change and the considerations taken with, single stories up north and then the larger stories down on the southwest. But graphically and visually, it'd be nice to kind of see how they all tie together versus like, this is going to be here because it's the highest elevation, this is going to be the lowest. sorry, that was not really a question, it was just like me thinking out loud, but I think it would be good to have. And so on that topic, if we were to look at Lot 92 or Lot 76, one of the two. It's going to be like the last three houses before basically the cul-de-sac area. I want to know the relationship between Lot 92 and the one-story memory care, and then the Lot 76 and that three-story individual units, if we have that.
We don't have a section of that area.
And I was trying to look at the elevations that they've got, and it seems to show a little bit of the topography, but again, it's
Right.
piecemealed.
Right. So on Lot 76, so the finished floor elevation for the three-story piece is going to be about 908, I believe. The height is going to be about 40 feet, so that'll get you up to about, we'll say about 950, just to round it out a little bit. 970, Lot 76 here, based on the topographic information that we have, that elevation, that lot's at around 910 or so. So I guess if you were looking at, again, kind of using a little bit of example of the previous one, if you look at kind of the relative height, this building here is going to sit effectively about 40 feet above.
So you're sitting like at let's say, I'm just saying 1100, right? 977 plus 40, and then you've got what did you say Lot 76 would probably be at?
It's at around 910.
910 plus, let's say 25 feet, right? So
Thereabouts.
935. So then the difference is, my brain is fried, I need a calculator. So you're looking at an 81-foot difference. Does that sound right? Did I do something wrong?
Well, if you're at 908, so this one will be at about we'll say 950, the three-story piece.
Oh, it's 907. I was reading 977.
Oh, no.
That
no.
makes a big difference.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it's not going to be that much. No.
Okay, so let's do that again. Minus 935.
But
Okay.
actually, right, when you factor in the fact that that's going to be a two-story house on Lot 76, it's really going to be more of a
Like-
20 to 30.
That's, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. All right. I have a question for the applicant now. Same topic. I don't know, either you, Mr. Hine, or the architect. Maybe you both come up and you could tag team.
Yeah, why don't you please ask the question and then we can
Sure.
defer it. It's probably not me.
Well, so I'm trying to crunch the numbers, and you had indicated, you got high capacity at your current facilities, and you kind of spoke about what we're needing, the 969 some beds, so to speak, for senior housing. And now it's going to tie back to the elevation for that three-story building. What drove a three-story versus a two-story?
I mean, it's largely operational, but I'll let the architect.
It's the difficulty with the site and the slope of the site, because if I go to 2 stories, then I need a wider footprint or a longer footprint, and it just makes it more difficult to work with the slope on the site.
I guess the question is, if you were to maintain the footprint you have, what drove to add another level versus just keeping it at the two-story?
To get the number of units that the developer wants.
That's what I was asking.
Yep.
Okay, and that total number is what you have presented?
Correct. There's 104 in the independent living.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay.
I would just add, there are cases where we can do one-story assisted living, but there are walking distances to the dining rooms, to the elevators. So if you squish the building down, it just spreads out too far. And this site has unusual topography and unusual geometry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Hector, got a quick question for you. I can't really tell, but was this parcel subdivided prior? Because it seems like at the bottom, it kind of cuts off. Is this developer, is he only purchasing the top, or is he purchasing the whole parcel and then plans on selling off the rest of it, or is that, could you just explain a little bit of the lots that are there around the lake and all that now? 'Cause there's really nothing that shows all the lots.
Right, so this right now outlined in kind of that cyan color there, it's, we'll call it the parent tract. The parent tract is around 21, 22 acres, so this applicant is only acquiring, like I said, about 11 acres or so, with an additional 5 that'll make up the pond that'll serve kind of for regional purposes. So
Okay, and then there are additional lots.
there could be, the intent that the developer has is to make at least 2 lots available on the south side of the pond at some point.
And no more to the west side of the pond?
No,
No, I'm sorry, the west side of the pond between Lakewood Way and the pond.
No. I mean, there might be a little bit of a weird configuration where there might be kind of an arm of the lot that just kind of stretches out this way. But it would effectively really, you're, at this point, looking at maybe two lots, possibly 3, depending on how it's configured, but yeah.
So from a planning perspective, is this type of development that's being brought in here, proposed here, the kind of transitioning or stepping of single family to something more dense to highway? Is this the proper way of what your planning would usually recommend in a situation like this?
Sure, it would be typical planning practice, especially at the near an interchange and along major roadways or corridors, to have your more intense uses down closest to those points, and then kind of feathering your way in terms of, intensity as you transition from those street frontages to adjacent, in this case, residential. So, yes.
So realistically, what's being proposed here could probably be one of the quietest types of developments that could go in this area. Because, you could have restaurants, you could have McDonald's, you could have Starbucks, you could have a lot of other things that may increase traffic, may have more noise, more types, longer periods of open time and all that here. So with the concerns of backing up trucks, picking up trash or dropping off, most likely that'll be during the day. They won't want that done when their residents are trying to sleep. So this would probably be a pretty quiet transition from the single family to like the interchange.
So you'd be correct. If you were, like I mentioned, and you just alluded to, there's a full range of uses that are allowed by right under commercial zoning. This would be a relatively quiet use compared to other types of uses that would be allowed by right under commercial zoning.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, sir.
May I jump in? Sorry, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Jana Ford.
This is a clarification for the applicant again, please. On the note of the parcel split, so to speak. So you made a comment that you're in the process of actively acquiring that site. Is that correct? Or
Right, I want to make a clarification too. We're not acquiring the pond. We're going to plat that separately, and that's required by the city because it's designed to have our parcel and what I would call the remnant parcels that we are not acquiring, all sheet flow in there. And it was designed and approved by the city and the Corps, I want to say about 20 years ago, for that exact same purpose. But we are under contract with certain contingencies, one of them being approval by this body and city council. And then once, if and when we get that, we would then close within 30 days thereafter. And we've been under contract, I want to say, since July.
okay, so a hypothetical question, just so I understand the process.
Sure.
So you're in the process of acquiring it. If this does not get approved, you're still going to come back with some other development? Is that the intent?
No,
Okay.
if we are not what I would call a speculative buyer. We will only buy, the property only has value to us for our use. So if we don't get approved, we have the right to terminate the contract and essentially get our earnest money back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, Chair, sorry.
Commissioner Benbrook.
Yes, question for clarification for the architect. Because I thought I heard you mention during the presentation something that, so going back to the 3-story building, If we could bring that up. So what we are calling the three-story building, it seemed to me like on one side you had 2 stories, on the downhill side you had 3 stories. I thought you said you had a wall kind of halfway through that foundation to step down the elevation. Is that a correct statement? Did I understand that correctly?
You are correct. So on this piece of the IL, there's a basement. And we will have a wall that splits this coming down through here in the center. So this side is 2 stories right here.
Okay.
So this all comes through as 2 stories and will be consistent. And then starting at this corner, we will fall about 11.5 feet down to what would be what we're calling our lower level, and that gives us that 3rd level at that point right there.
So
it drops down, and then this remains 3 stories all along this side, around the back, and then back to this point right here.
Okay.
So this is all kind of recessed down in here. This will be a nice little courtyard space where we've got shuffleboard, and that will be where the dog park is, and the outdoor dining and shade structure, things like that.
Okay. So the 3 stories is more as response to the grade issue that you're trying to resolve, not, I mean, it helps with the unit
Right.
count, but it's in response to the site itself, and it helps you to resolve some drainage issues and.
Right. If we didn't use the building, then we're trying to level the site out with retaining walls at that point, and we're doing more excavation or bringing in more fill, depending on the condition.
And I would even say the elevation to the 3-story building probably looks nicer than a retaining wall does. If we had a choice
I would
between
say
the
so.
two.
Yeah, especially from the street. I think it'll look nice as you come up Lakewood Way here, because it will kind of stair step as you come up through here.
Yeah.
And then, once you get to this point, though, this is all going to be consistent in height. And then these will actually be climbing up the hillway, or up the hill as you go up this way here.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. That's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
I actually have a question for Assistant Chief Eden. You've been waiting, haven't you, all night? Just haven't talked to you in a while, so it's time. My mom actually lives in the Princeton, and so this is related to what I know about calls, emergency calls. And I would assume this is Fire Station 4, which serves Lakewood. Is that
Correct.
Okay. So, and I do know my mom, one of the conversations she has with me when I call her is how many times she heard an ambulance for the day. It happens. So my question is, if there are too many calls, how do you guys manage that? Because Lakewood also has a lot of calls, it seems anyway. So I was just curious about how the fire department manages that.
Jim Eden, Assistant Chief, Lee Summit Fire Department. We manage that through resiliency. Obviously, we moved Station 4 to the north to maintain better response times and coverage to that area. In the future, we are looking at Station 8, which will be going in near the airport. We also have Station 2, which is our next closest station to that area. Looking at the facility that your mom is in, last year from this date, for the past year, we did 192 calls. So
Okay.
averaging about 16 calls a month.
Okay.
So it's not a huge demand on services. Obviously, it is a busy area, so when we do have calls in that area, we have backups to come into that district.
Okay. And so I know she's been taken to Lee Summit Medical Center. I guess it just depends on the nature of the call as to where you take
Correct.
the patient. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last call for questions from the commission. Did you say you had some?
I'll say them for a little.
Questions or comments? Okay. All right. Does anyone from the public wish to speak in support or opposition of the application? If you haven't been sworn in, before you do so, stand up and be sworn in because I don't know if everybody has. But, okay, so if you would come to one of the microphones up front and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Jessica Corse, and I live at 5205 Northeast Holiday Drive in Lee Summit. I've been living there 21 years, and I'm representing many neighbors that are along the property line that strongly oppose this development plan as currently proposed. So our main concern is the limited amount of easement or buffer space between the development and our property line. The 20-foot is very minimal, and the fence is, at least at the developer meeting, said would be like within a few feet of our fence, and then a drop down. They've got trees in their development plan, but it's not really a place to plant them there. Within that, the trash is also very close to our properties, as well as the transformer. So we're concerned about noise, smells, light spillover from the parking area, which is also very close to our properties. The 6-foot proposed fence is minimal, and I think will not do adequate buffering for those concerns. The multi-story buildings, so you've been talking about the 2- and 3-story buildings, are very close to our property line, so there's concerns on privacy and security. There's also a proposed walking path that's kind of right along the property line as well. That's in some of the drawings. I didn't see them in any today, but were on the website. We have talked to some real estate agents, and this will have a negative impact on our home resale value. The estimate we heard was 20 to 30%, and that is expounded by this lack of separation space between our residential homes and this development. So this is a very large proposal for this size of property, in our opinion. So it seems very crowded in that space. And so we would like to propose a larger easement or buffer of at least 35 to 40 feet from the property line to the fence or berm, so to allow that separation between the residential area and this commercial development. Some additional concerns that we had were about the traffic. So Lakewood Way is already very traffic. Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm out of
Thank you.
Can I get my three?
Yes, you can.
Ralph Course, 5205 Northeast Holiday Drive, Lee Summit, Missouri. I'm going to say hi to Arrow Senior Living. I'm sure you're going to be my new neighbor, so I've lost a lot of golf balls in that field. But I just wanted to say I do agree with Jessica, the statement. We were in lots 75, 76, 91, right in there. It's really tight. 6-foot fence is not going to really drown out transformer noise and trash, and I feel like there ought to be, if you could just manage that trash around on the public, away from the residential side and the transformer. I think we could give us a little a room there to maybe even plant trees for ourselves if we wanted to build something for some separation. We got a pool. My neighbors over here in 76 lot got a pool. Just a little bit more of a wiggle room there is what we're looking for. So I'm not, and there's other concerns. There's some traffic there. We'd love some light overflow like maybe Jessica was talking about. And I am kind of worried about Lakewood. Hopefully they've got some plans to expand that road there. But that's mainly what we are looking at. If we could just get a little bit of wiggle room in that tight zone there. you know, I wouldn't want my neighbor, you know, sticking his dumpster up and smelling that right next to me. If I got a new neighbor, hey, you know, you want to make good, just set it off the side a little bit. That's all we're asking. And maybe get some of that utility stuff a little bit over to the side or to the front of the complex over to the side. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments?
Can we pull up that slide? Where's the, well, I'll just scroll through it. There we go. DJ Good, and I live at 5212 Northeast Holiday Drive. I'm not in opposition to this development. I've lived there for 24 years. A little concerned about Lakewood Way. There's not sidewalks in this drawing. Joe Spallo, when he sat on City Commission, said nobody walks there. Well, nobody walks there because there's no sidewalks there. We live in the show me state. Put some sidewalks in, please. All right, thank you. Lighting. I live about 400 feet. All these homes are 2 stories. Conoco sits on the south side of Bolin Road. The Conoco lighting glares right into my not my living room, but my kitchen window. I'm concerned about spillover lighting, and I live on the north side of Holiday Drive, so I don't back up to it. Just concerned about the lighting and all that. Setback, per our codes, we talk about that between an R1 and a CP2, that there does need to be a buffer zone. I would call for a 10-foot fence with a berm. I do like the single story on the top, 2-story. I would like to see an elevation, a topo elevation, a kind of front elevation of how that glides down the roadway. And has there been a traffic study? Typically, most developments have a traffic study. Right now, 470, it rains. They dump onto Lakewood Way. We can't get out of our subdivision. I mean, and that's without anything going on right now. Is there going to be a turn lane for them? There's also on the north side, right here, John Evans has a sign that sets off the street about 20 feet, which actually blocks the view. And it meets code, so they can't move that sign back. I'm glad that you'll be taking that sign down. But we do need to have a better sight triangle on that roadway right there. I'd love to see, traffic studies are $1,500. They're not too much. I do agree with Mr. Corse that the transformer, it's electrical, it can be moved. That can be moved to someplace else away from his property line. Another couple that live right here, they have a pool. I've been in both of their pools, and I really don't, and at a nursing home, I know you're going to cook food. There's going to be leftover food, and it's going to be waste, and there's going to be a smell. Prevailing winds come from the west. Is there somewhere we can put it other than right along their property line? The noise, one of the, how much time? Noise from actually ambulances. Love that we have Station 4 right beside us. Wow, the dogs howl, and I can't imagine with the senior living how many calls are going to be. And one other thing, as developers, what I've seen about developers, the local trades have really pushed for local contractors. Is there a contingency within their plan to make sure that you are considering local contractors?
Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you.
Any more public comments?
Hi, my name is Bill Eads. I live at 1063 Northeast Scenic Place. It's the house down in the corner. I'm probably the longest tenured resident in that neighborhood at 29 years, 6 months. Originally, I was totally for this till I got on the website, and the same day that this was proposed, there was a 113,000 square foot storage unit, indoor storage unit. It was proposed, but the plans were never submitted. You have to understand that for 30 years, there's been nothing going on there except for the traffic light and stuff over by the Conoco. That's all we see out our back door. The elevation, you can talk about elevation change all you want to. When you get to the bottom down there, 40 foot is still 40 foot, okay? And I'm lower than the building. So I've got the best vantage point of anybody in the neighborhood, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's really nothing out my back. I got the lake, but like I say, this thing's been quiet for 30 years, and Storage Mart would be way better than a assisted living facility, because there's no traffic at a Storage Mart. These indoor storage marts are, you can drive by them and there's just nothing happening there after they get filled up. So that's just my 2 cents worth. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Connie Eads. I live at 1063 Northeast Scenic, Lot 32, and I thank the developers for taking the trees off the back side of my house like I asked for, so thank you for that. I love the concept of the I wrote it down, CCRC, I think is what it's called. It's a great concept. This is a very prestigious development, I feel. Their clientele, which they told us earlier, was going to be paying $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 a month for the facility. And I don't really think that we live in that kind of clientele here in Lakewood Way. You know, our neighborhood is more starter homes, and you're putting like a, I don't know how to. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the clientele for what I, in my view. You know, like if I were wealthy and could afford it with my mom, would I pick one that's more in a ritzy area and has more golf courses around it or whatever? I'm just saying, for the price that you pay for this, I'm not sure that we're going to get the developers to fill it. I wasn't real pleased with today's presentation, not that it's for me, but for you guys, because in the first presentation, they gave us more detailed of the walkways and the berms, and you didn't get to see any of it. You didn't get to see where the road's going to go or how far, you know, from the end of that grade to that grade is all the berm there is. And these people have pools in their backyard, and it's only that tall. They're going to be able to see everything. They didn't give you the real life from the neighborhood standpoint. They gave the developer standpoint. That was very little in their presentation, and I think they need to be more detailed on that. I addressed the wildlife in the area the last time, and commercial development in a residential area will impact the wildlife. The state park backs up to that lake there, right over here. Well, you can tell, right over there where it says, on the side, on the right side. We get deer, fox, possums, raccoons, bats, you name it. Anything you do on the commercial ground is going to disrupt the wildlife. It's going to disrupt their flow, disrupt their homes. And how much of, has it been studied that the flow off of this retirement center is going to be going into that lake? You know, has that been studied? Is that going to affect the wildlife or the people that fish or the people that get fish out of there? I mean, I don't think that's been addressed, and I'd like for more of that to be addressed. And have the builders thought of any other target areas for this development besides this? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Buffy Wyman. I live at 5201 Northeast Holiday Drive, and I am the said 76 lot, which, yes, we do have pools. We have a beautiful view now. We've just enjoyed that so much for 25 years. You know, it was a good run. We know that something's going to be put in there. We would like to, for consideration to be taken to, I don't want a trash dumpster, and it's supposed to be right outside 76. Have my friends over, we're having a grill out. I don't know, little rats might be in my pool. I'm all for this, but I just think it could be constructed a little bit differently. Move the trash. We don't want to hear the trash trucks. The lighting, it's going to be horrible for us. A 3-story building, like Bill said, is a 3-story building. A 2-story building is a 2-story building. So just some things to consider and maybe rework. The power, nobody wants that right behind their fence. There's all kinds of open land down there where it could be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm Connie. I have one more question for the developer. They said when they were talking a while ago that there eventually might be some more lots put down around side the lake. But they said they didn't buy that part, so I don't understand that. Because they bought the 11.4 acres, not the rest of it that's left. So how could they, if this gets approved and we're blindsided that, 2 years from now, they're gonna go down there and put some little apartments down there around the lake. That wasn't what's in the original proposal. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Giddings?
Debbie Giddings. The first thing that some of the residents have talked about is that detention pond. In any kind of development that we have had in the past, since I have been coming to these meetings, there's always a condition about who's going to take care of that pond. It sounds like maybe they did buy that property and that they're only going to develop the first part of it. So what does happen to the detention pond, and who takes responsibility for that when the overflow starts bubbling up that pond and it runs onto the intersection? I wondered how this density compares to the Princeton development, because I live right next door almost to the Princeton development, and I've driven by there, and to me, this seems like a very much higher density than that development is. I agree with the 470 traffic issue. We know what that traffic is like at rush hour, and God forbid there's an accident. Every single outer road is jammed to the pike, and people cannot get out of their subdivision if that's the case. God forbid there's a fire. They haven't spoke about staffing issues for this facility. My mother was in a facility that was much similar, not by this company. Their staffing, and maybe they have a better run facility, it was constant overturn and not near enough staffing for the number of residents if they fill out this development the way it is now. And the other thing that wasn't addressed was a traffic study in addition to how much parking. Is there an adequate amount of parking? The facility my mom was in, they had underground parking because they could not satisfy the parking, and they had a lot of parking outside it. So I'm just questioning if the parking requirement was met for this development. I agree with what the neighbors are saying as far as the trash dumpster and the proximity to their property. It seems like they're really going to be just encroached upon very severely. I don't know what can be done except reduce the footprint of this development so that they can have a little bit more privacy. I'm sure there's zoning that allows them to develop it out this much, but in order to be really good neighbors, that might be a consideration for this developer to get this plan moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
We
Chair,
have no more public comments. I'd like to take a recess.
Madam Chair,
take
can
a
I ask one
recess.
question real quick? Since we're still in,
We're going to go back to questions after, oh no, we're in the middle, hold on.
yeah,
No, that was the next, I want to do a recess first, and then we'll do questions again.
thanks.
So I'm going to take 10 minutes.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the capital improvement plan. The 2026 capital improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 highway interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there, and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so. This is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long, you can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spayed or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America, a Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there and he was bathing his 2 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently that was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed. I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
You can make the difference in somebody else's life.
If you're trying to get into the fire and EMS service, Lee Summit is probably the top name.
On a daily basis, we are tasked with an incredible task. So we're trying to keep it a relaxed environment.
As a new person, you are constantly on edge, learning.
The morning will look typical. Coming in, getting a report from the shift that's going off. We get our truck checks done.
Our citizens trust us and believe in us by providing amenities like our gear, our stations.
They build it to accommodate getting to a call, but also having a home. State-of-the-art weight equipment.
Individual bunk rooms.
Downtime areas.
Breakfast and dinners together.
Cook together.
Get to know one another.
Train together.
Like a brother knows a brother and a sister knows a brother. Banter back and forth, but when the tones go off, they go to work.
We're here for 48 hours, so it can happen at any time. You can be in the gym.
All right. I'm going to start with some question with the applicant.
Yes.
The residents brought up some valid points, and so my question for you is, are you agreeable to making some changes, perhaps maybe continuing the application and taking into account some of the things they've said, which we will talk about? If you are agreeable, we can talk about the things that we would like to see.
I don't want to agree to a continuance without knowing the items, but yeah, I was talking to Grant. If you want to ask specific questions, I can tell you how we could work with them, and then I would probably call up our civil engineer to address a lot of these.
Okay. Well,
Is that fair?
Yeah, and I'll start with some.
Sure.
I'll get us started. The dumpster, the trash dumpster.
That appears to be an issue. So we need to have it near the commercial kitchen because we can't bring the garbage out through the length of the building, and you don't want the dumpster in the front on Lakewood either. But yes, I was talking to Grant, I said, look, I can't re-engineer this thing right now, but certainly people are sensitive to this dumpster, so we will come to City Council with a solution that moves it and tucks it and hides it as much as possible. But I
Okay.
can't move it to the front of the building, for example.
Okay.
I get it.
Then the transformer, the electrical
So
part.
that's not a transformer, and I just learned this too. I'm not that smart on this stuff. So a transformer doesn't make noise. That's actually a backup generator in case the power goes out like it did today in Overland Park at my house, I guess due to the wind. So that's a generator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then lighting.
So
the parking lot, I'm assuming
Yeah.
parking lot lights, and I know they can create a problem for
fancy word
neighboring.
for that is, I think, photometrics.
Yes. So Matthew Crudy with Engineering Surveys and Services, offices at 1113 Faith Street in Columbia, Missouri. So lighting, first off, we did submit a photometric plan that's been reviewed by the city. So lights are, they're cut off fixture, they're directing light downward, and they're showing no spill over the property line at this point. So I think with modern ordinances and requirements, you're not going to see spill over the property, and that is regulated and maintained. Maybe different than what you saw from a filling station years ago that does spill. So no, I wouldn't expect that to be a concern on this property.
Okay, and am I right, Shannon, that if there was a problem, the residents can call the city and it can be addressed that way?
Correct. We do have minimum standards located with our UDO with regards to the amount of light that's allowed to be at the property line. And if there's an issue, we can open up a neighborhood services case and investigate that and pursue that through normal enforcement practices.
Were you able to hear that? I couldn't hear him very well. Can you say that again, Shannon, with the microphone
We do have
closer?
UDO standards with regards to lighting minimums or maximums at the property line, and if there is an issue in the future or there are complaints with regards to that, we can open a neighborhood services case and pursue enforcement through our standard enforcement policies and practices.
Okay.
So if I could just jump in really quickly on one thing. So as it relates to lights, the UDO, because of the proximity to the residential to the north, does have standards as to what the maximum mounting height is for building-mounted fixtures and parking lot pole fixtures. The standard is that any development within 100 feet of residential property subdivision to the north cannot exceed a mounting height on the pole lights or the building mounted heights of 15 feet above grade. So I'm a little bit more than 6 foot, so it'll be 2 of me and a little bit more, is as tall, as high as those fixtures can be relative to grade. So, and outside of 100 feet, they can go up to 20, which in this location will be closest to Lakewood Way. The fixtures can go up to 20 feet, but we've looked at the photometric and it meets those standards.
Okay. Thank you. Then the buffer. There have been concerns about the buffer not being wide enough, and then the fencing height. And
my general response, and Hector, is that we're doing this per the ordinance or the code. So if you want to, please. Sure.
So the only place where the buffer as currently proposed does not meet standard is in the area ringed in crimson where the applicants or the neighbors asked for a buffer not to be placed. The rest of the buffer meets the minimum 20-foot standard. It meets the minimum requirement for the quantity of landscaping. And high impact buffer, it does require either, you have a choice of either having a 6-foot tall fence to supplement the landscaping, or it does make allowance for there to be a berm to supplement the landscaping. So everywhere outside of the ringed area, they meet the minimum standard. Now, should you or city council find it that this project might best be compatible with the adjoining development, is to have a wider buffer. That's within your purview to recommend and for city council to approve, but the standard, what they've provided here meets minimum standards.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I would just add, I don't, a lot of these concerns are my concerns too, because, we're going to lease this out. So we don't want an ugly project. We don't want a project that has a lot of ugly lights. I don't want to have fence on fence, for example. So we're already working with the 2 neighbors at the bottom portion because they want to maintain their views. That actually a good thing. We're not adding the buffer. But if there are certain residents who don't want me to put a fence next to their fence, I don't probably want that either. So I'm willing to have those discussions.
Okay. Commissioner Janiford, you had a question about the fencing. Maybe he just answered it.
Yes, he did. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Does anybody else on the commission? I'll start with you, Commissioner Benbrook.
Thank you. Let's go back to the generator, please. I'm having some expertise in generators. What capacity are we looking at? Do you know? Okay,
I'm not sure I know
forget
that.
that. Forget that. We don't need that. We can continue without it. Obviously, these have a maintenance cycle that they run like once a week for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think you'd expect about a once-a-week cycle, correct.
So I'm assuming we have a sound housing over this thing to minimize the sound.
Yeah, the same. This is sitting next to our residents as well, so we
Right.
don't want this to be a nuisance for them.
Can we pull up a plan that has, okay, I think this plan has it. So do we have a masonry wall around it? It looks like that's what's in the plan, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it is screened. I don't believe it's a masonry wall.
At this point, we're showing a similar screen like we have at the Princeton, which is a combination of masonry, wainscot, and then the cement board siding, so it matches the building. It's consistent with the building.
Is there any particular reason it's located where it's at? As far
Right now,
as
no. We don't know currently where the utility will locate the transformers. Generally on the back side of the building here. Yeah, it's not showing up.
Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're as bad as me, John.
Yeah.
Hector's like, why is my computer acting
So
up?
this is our,
I got a flip phone.
this is our commercial kitchen area location right here. And on the back side of that's where we normally have the main mechanical room that will have the hot water heat, the automatic transfer switch for the generator, things like that.
Can we enlarge
So-
that plan? Is there a void back in there? Okay, there's a, is there?
There is a void. This is actually the assisted living courtyard space. So this is a secured area for assisted living residents. And then inside the memory care, we've got another enclosed courtyard there.
Okay.
But, yeah, we can look at moving that generator, and at this point, we can move that. And we'll deal with, if we have a longer run, we have a longer run.
Yeah, I'm extremely concerned about that because those do have maintenance cycles. I know you can schedule them during the day, but I know they're even loud, even with their sound.
Right, and we had, based on the trash comments from our neighborhood meeting, we had gone ahead and added sound fencing back here.
Yeah, that's not going to help too much, though. I've been next to these things when they're running. I think we need to try to move that to the southeast corner of that lot as much as possible. Get it down in those parking spaces. I'd even say on the south, if you can get it on the south out in front there between you and the lake, that would be a much better location for the neighbors. Yeah.
What if I were to come over here in this area?
I guess my concern is then you're right next to your, your villas?
I'm next to my villas, yeah.
And you're gonna be waking people up there, shaking them out of, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the capacity is, so I can't really determine. I would say, just get it, at this point, we can put some language in there to locate it, like 500 or 600, 700 feet away from, any adjoining properties, and then you can find a best location with that. Let's see, and we were talking about taking another look at the trash, moving that as well to where it's away from that area.
Yeah, we can.
I think those are
move that
like
away from the residents as well.
Yeah, I think those are the two biggies. And we can probably put language in that allows you to explore it, and we can turn it over to staff and allow you guys to continue to develop it with staff before it goes to city council for a final, if we choose to recommend it for approval today. Something that we do often.
That sounds fine.
Okay. I think that was all the questions I had, Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Chizinski?
Yes, Madam Chairman. I just have one question for Hector, and it's concerning the detention pond. Who maintains the detention pond after this whole site gets subdivided and resold and all that?
So I'll explain what currently is happening and what will happen once the property's subdivided, if it's subdivided. So right now, that property is owned by one entity, so that one private property owner is responsible for maintenance of, ownership and maintenance of that pond. Once this property becomes subdivided, then at that point, since that detention pond is serving a common purpose for this lot and potential future lots, a property owners association will have to be established per ordinance to own and maintain that detention pond in perpetuity.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure it didn't fall into like the city or whatever, so that's good. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Jana Ford?
Thank you, Chair. I feel like all my questions have been asked. Just looking forward to seeing where we progress with this.
Commissioner Frazier?
Was there a question about an additional or a traffic study based on some of the increased, I'll say, rush hour traffic that comes through 470 there? I thought one of the...
Susan Berry, traffic engineer. So our requirement for a traffic study to be required of the developer is at least 100 additional peak hour trips. And so for this development in the AM, they had 32, and in the PM they had 44. So they were not required to provide us with a traffic study. This type of development is very low traffic. A lot of these residents probably don't even have cars, you know, and couples might share a car. It's just very low traffic trips. So they were not required to provide one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was going to ask if you cared to respond to any questions, but you have been. Do you have more that you would like to say?
Just a comment in terms of the location of the generator. And 500, 600 feet would actually push it off the property. So I just want to make sure we're talking. I didn't want that to become a motion, and I don't know what to do about that.
Right there on Lakewood Way.
So sorry, I didn't mean to call you out on that, but I didn't want that to happen. So, you know, certainly, looking to the length of the property, you're looking at, you know, the width of it being, you know, roughly 450 to 500 feet, depending on where you're measuring from, just for perspective.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing so we can discuss the application. I'm going to close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting, and we can discuss what we want to do with this, if we want to suggest a continuance or if we add some items for them to work on between now and council. Does anybody have any opinion on this? Commissioner Benbrook?
Thank you, Chair. I'll lead out on this. Personally, I think this is a great use for this space. You're not going to get much better in terms of traffic, in terms of quietness. I mean, you could have a Walmart want to go in there. You could have a grocery store. You could have a strip mall. This is about as good as it gets, in my opinion. The fact that they're keeping primarily to one-story buildings on the high side, and then they're transitioning to a 2 and a 3 down on the low side. They're working with the topography. They're addressing landscaping. To me, this is a great use for this space. You're not going to solve any kind of traffic issues because it's already bad. I know. I've been through there. I've cut up this street trying to get away from 470. I'm guilty, and you're just not going to solve it. And to be honest, this is one of the best solutions you could ask for. It's very low traffic count. You got great building materials. I know somebody said they wanted a storage building to go in here. Good luck with the chain link fence and the rusty siding. I would not want that in my backyard. I do want to put some language in this regarding the trash location and the generator. I think we could do that very easily and allow this to move forward. Point of clarification, obviously, the applicant is not the developer, and I think we're getting some confusion on that. The developer will maintain ownership of, it sounds like, the pond and the southern properties, which that developer can do whatever he wants with it within the UDO. And he will be responsible for the maintenance and continued maintenance of the detention pond. Sounds like this area was already designed to sheet flow to the pond. Doesn't sound like we're changing that. It's still sheet flowing to the pond. It's not going to create any drainage issues, and I know our city staff is amazing at looking at that as plans are developed and presented to them, so I don't have much concern about that. All in all, to be honest, I think this is a great solution. I think it'll be great for our community. Lee Summit definitely needs this, and I love the fact that you've accounted for the different needs of those who will be living here as their needs change. I think that's an excellent thing to have in Lee Summit, and I'm looking forward to voting yes on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Trzynski?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm probably not going to make any friends with this comment, but for a piece of property that's been commercial for over 20 years, something was going to come. And I do feel for those residents that buy lots right adjacent to big open fields, because I'm sure people tell them that, oh, it's going to be a field forever. It's not going to ever develop. It happens all the time. And I feel for those people. But I agree with Commissioner Benbrook here. This is a really great opportunity for this area, as close to the interchange as it is. And speaking as someone that I live right over in here too, I live on the south side of Boland Road in Monticello. So I go up and down the outer road as well. I feel your pain on the traffic. I didn't ask this, but I know there's work being done on Lakewood Road. I know the city's got plans for that's going on. So you will see improvements along Lakewood Road as we continue to go into the future here. But for a quiet facility, and like our city traffic engineer said, you've got less than 100 cars, a day. I mean, you've got 30 in the morning, 40 in the afternoon. This isn't going to be the issue for the road. The road is already the issue. The people that are already using the road is the issue. And I completely understand that concern there. So I don't have the concerns as much about the lighting, nor the the trash enclosures. I think those will all take care of themselves. But I do think this is a great development. I think it's good for our community to have these people and have this opportunity for people to move in and live there too. So I think it's a great development. Thank you for the developer for even considering to be again in Lee Summit. And so, yeah, I will be voting yes for this. Thank you.
Commissioner Jana Ford.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple things I would like to just kind of talk about. First, I know this development, I'm not really sure what I'm going to vote, honestly. I would have liked one story less, honestly, at the 3-story. I would have liked to see two-story, just because we talked about the transition between 1-story, single family, and then even south of it, it's all mostly 1-story buildings too. So just having something that's taller in that one central area just seems kind of odd, in my opinion. Doesn't seem to fade well. I would like to add verbiage about the fencing material. You talked about it. There's a lot of neighbors that have fencing already. So just what would that look like if you did have fencing? Like what would you, like how would you handle growth in between if it had? But it seems like you're going to be talking about that, so that will get resolved with the next revision. Other than that, I do think this is probably one of the better products that could be in this area. This north side of Lee Summit, there's a lot of growth happening. I live in the neighborhood across Lakewood, so I'm always disgruntled about how far south I have to go to get things, and I think this is going to start telling the story of what new or updated amenities could happen in that area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Grono.
Are you tired?
I am.
I think the only thing I would like to add is just to really start exploring the buffer. I totally understand that being in your pool and having to look out your backyard and see different types of buildings or potentially people. I think there's something that we can do there. I'd love for us to maybe expand it a little bit and put some language in there with the next revision.
Thank you. Commissioner Frazier.
The first thing that grabbed me was the certificate of need. As someone who's worked through that process before, congratulations on that. I think this addresses what I'm going to call the transition and the different stages of life. And what I think most of us can agree upon is that it provides options, whether, they started at villa and then move on to memory care and assisted living. So I think this is a great, it looks like a great development. And I appreciate from a traffic study standpoint, knowing that, it's minimal, less than 100 based on our regulations. So the buffer is significant, and I would like to see at least explore what can be done, if anything, about that at this time. I would also appreciate that. I think the working with city staff between now and assuming this moves forward before City Council, that they can make some changes as it relates to, in particular, the generator and especially the trash. I think that's significant as well. A point that was made earlier today talked about public safety and first responders and the number of ambulances and sirens and whatnot. As someone who lives close to a memory care facility, we used to hear that all the time. And I go to sleep by it. So it's good to know that they're there. So, or at least close. So I believe with the additional verbiage around working with the city between now and city council approval, I'll be in favor of this.
Thank you. I would say that as far as uses, if I had property next to this open area, this is one of the ones that would be more favorable because they're quieter and it doesn't produce a lot of traffic. Like I said, my mom lives in the Princeton and they're just not a noisy group of people. However, I do want to encourage the developer to address these things between meetings, such as the fencing. I'm going to repeat them again: fencing, buffer, trash, and generator. I think the neighbors have a very good points and very good concerns, and appreciate that you came here to express them. When developers come in and they are good neighbors with the existing neighbors, it just makes our community better. This is a very needed product. It helps us have a community for all ages. It actually helps people to age in place because as they transition from IL, they can go from IL and then they go to assisted living and then memory care. It does satisfy that need, and unfortunately, we're all getting closer to needing something like that as we get older. But I am in favor of the project, but I would like us to talk about wording before we make our motion. So does anybody want to start with you want to start, Commissioner Brenbrook? You like doing that?
Yeah,
Chair,
I love
if
doing
I may,
that.
maybe, can I get like 5 minutes to kind of converse with the applicant?
Oh,
to
sure.
see
Sure.
where they stand on this?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a recess.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long, you can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spayed or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America, a Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there and he was bathing his 2 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently that was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982's en route.
Officers en route, 914 Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning,
I will now close the public hearing and reopen the regular meeting. Oh, no, we've already done that, actually. So we're going to have a motion. Commissioner Jana Ford.
Thank you, Chair. I make a motion to move, I move to continue application PL 2025-338 and PL 2025-339, preliminary development plan and special use permit for a convalescent nursing and retirement home, Lee Summit Senior Community, 5101 Northeast Lakewood Way, Lee Summit Senior Living Community, LLC, applicant to a date certain of April 9th. 2026.
I second.
Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Sherry Frazier?
Yes.
Dana Arth?
Yes.
Jessica Greneau?
Yes.
Tanya Jana Ford? Chip Jazinski?
Yes.
Randy Benbrook?
Yes.
All right, so we've continued. Thank you for...
Chair, just to add some context to that so people in TV land and in the audience here can understand what just happened and why. So this particular these applications were continued to a date certain of April 9th to give the applicant time to make the changes that you guys have directed to them to make, and then work with the neighbors to kind of address their concerns, and then bring back those changes to you to be heard.
I was getting ready to say that.
Okay.
It's okay. All right, thank you. So we have no roundtable tonight, right? None.
I got 16
I got
items.
I got something.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Benbrook.
Okay. Not to drag this on, but I had a bet until 10 o'clock, so I got to go for 20 more minutes. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to bring up, because there was a couple comments made tonight about looking at what was in front of us and not worrying about the future. And I wanted to bring that up because we have several lots in Lee Summit in which the previous members of planning commissions did not look to the future, and they allowed things to happen which created lots that are difficult to sell now and difficult to develop. So as we're looking at things tonight, I think we made the correct decisions on those, but I think we always need to look at the decisions that we're making and how it impacts the lots next to things and future development so we don't have these problems. For instance, I looked at a lot for a client 4 years ago, and if that client would have bought that lot, the way the UDO was written, that they would have been responsible to run storm drain and curb and gutter for nearly a mile. And that is not the length of their property. Their property was only like 500 feet street frontage because decisions were made to not require other developments to do storm and curb and gutter, and that cost got passed down onto the last lot undeveloped on that street. And so as we're looking at those things, I just urge you to be aware of those things and to not, just pass things off, because it does impact property owners, it does impact development. We had a lot that came before us probably 2 years ago in which they wanted to push off the fire access onto the next development, and luckily we caught that and didn't allow that to happen, because it would have created this small little odd triangular lot that would have been impossible to develop and impossible to sell. So just be aware of those things. Again, I think we made the right decisions tonight, but as we're looking at these things, we can't always just look at what's in front of us. We have to just understand what's down the road as well. That's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
It's that long-term mentality that we need to always keep in mind. Shannon, did you have something?
No.
No? Oh, okay, well then,
Got something.
okay. Commissioner Jana Ford.
Thanks. I really want to emphasize that we encourage applications to come in, especially when they've got such a complicated topography, that it's not just a snippet of one building or two, it's like the entire site, so we can really get the whole picture in addition to the context adjacent to it. I think it just helps set the tone a lot easier and alleviates questions or pinpoints questions or answers better. And then on a lighter note, I'm serious, we need a Hector's Color bingo card.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's very creative.
Like I said before, they would never be on your bingo card because he's going to come up with something that you would never think of, so no one would win.
Well, it might be a year-long bingo,
It
and that's
could be.
totally fine.
Yeah, seriously,
I
sorbet.
question the use of sorbet. I think that's a lot of different colors. I would have liked tangerine or lemonade or
I will
something.
say for a fact, he has used tangerine in the past, so.
Well, and thank you to the residents who endured this very long meeting. Have a good evening, everyone. I'm going to adjourn at 9:38 p.m.